Hello. Good evening. It is Saturday night, Saturday night, the year of our Lord 2024. This is my there's a word for it. What is it's the golden year? This is my golden year. The year that lines up with your birthday. So my birthday is on the 24th of June, and it is 2024. So I'm turning 39 years old, and which is technically Monday, but we are celebrating tonight because Monday will be a work day. So yeah, we are relaxing in Heavensward in... Oh, thank you, Skittle. I love the emoji explosion, the rainbow emoji explosion. I just purchased earlier today an incredible bottle of very expensive bourbon. That is my birthday gift to myself this year. And this is my first drink with it. And I just started sipping it. So it's an old fashioned, just made with the bourbon. And it is, it's already incredible. It's very good. I used orange bitters instead of normal bitters, so it's got a very fruity taste to it, and it's just is an absolute delight. Happy pre-birthday! You are awesome. You better celebrate this level. Yeah, exactly. This is largely the celebration, but I am fortuitous in that Final Fantasy XIV is releasing Dawntrail this week, so I am taking a 2-week vacation to essentially veg out and play it. So that is also kind of my birthday gift to myself. Venetia, the rare Femme Elizen. Not only Femme Elizen, but Duskwhite. So I think statistically, my character is 0.3% of the population. I could be wrong. It's been about a year and a half since I originally created her, but yes. And hello, welcome to the stream. I'm an experienced player. I've played the hell out of this game. I've played it since 1.0, and I have not played through these portions of the game since they originally came out. So I created this character to relive them, and that's what we're going to be working on tonight is MSQ. So it'll be almost entirely MSQ, very little distractions, so it'll be nice and chill and relaxing if you want to relive it with us. The uncommon here Midlander lady. Oh my god, Cider is always talking about, he's like once per day he sees a here Midlander. This is like 100%. Cheers to you, Venetia. Cheers to you. We are rare. You aren't uncommon. You are rare and you are beautiful. So regardless, for context, I hit May I poster? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Chosen one! I'm coming.
I'm coming! Chosen one! I'm coming! Chosen one!
You may...
I'm coming!
Actually, you're probably going to get... Yeah, you're going to get blocked if it's a URL. Unfortunately. Just post her name and we can look her up with the name. Thank you, Skittle. You know, it's weird that that follow animation, I love it. I love it. I love Kung Pao. I love deep cut references. That movie is infinitely quotable. However, it's not a great follow animation because it takes so long. So if I ever get multiple follows in a row, which has happened a couple nights, especially when I was playing DBD, it kind of dominates the channel. So I have to be cautious with it. So I might just switch it to just be Chosen one, I'm coming. But then you kind of lose the joke. It just becomes an I'm coming joke, which is, yeah, it's the internet and ha ha ha, funny, but like, that's not what that joke is, really. So, Auralia Merith, what server are you on, Venetia? If you don't mind me asking. The Kung Fu hustle dance for a raid. You know, Genova, I actually do It's funny you say that because we just rewatched Kung Fu Hustle in a big group chat with friends, and that movie, there's parts of it that haven't aged well, but there are other parts that have aged incredibly well, and I love it. But no, for Raid, I do the good King Moogamog, and all of the Moggles Guard dancing around him. So that's my Raid animation. So, but yeah, like the axe, the combined dancing of the Axe Gang or something like that from Kung Fu Hustle would be incredible. So Auralia, Marith. I misspelled your name. I put an S in there. Your name does not have an S. There we go. Lodestone. Oh, what a cutie patootie. Are you just sitting on Dragoon, or is that your main? I want a sequel where Kung Pao and the protag of Kung Fu Hustle have a team up. Well, I mean, sure. A part of me was like, that wouldn't make much sense. But then the other part of me was like, literally nothing with either of those movies makes a whole lot of sense. They're basically Looney Tunes on crack. So yeah, I think it would be allowed. Let's see. Okay, it's just loading up the lodestone had you sitting on Dragoon. So, okay, so Paladin tank, White Mage healer, nice. Black Mage, White Mage, Black Mage, I gotcha. Well, good stuff. Always appreciate the rare and elusive Pyramid Lander. It's here Midlanders, Femro, and Duskwad Delazen are the super rare ladies. Although I feel like Femro are making a comeback because a lot of people like Dami Mommies that are taller than them and tell them what to do. So yeah, so I got derailed because Skittle was wishing me a happy birthday, but Skittle. I know you don't. You definitely don't. No Dommy mommy energy there. Definitely not. No Dom. No Dom. Only Sa. Yes, exactly. But no. So okay. So for context, we yesterday I unlocked Heavensward. So I got to play through the brilliant ARR end scene, which to this day has aged incredibly well. It's still, in my opinion, one of the highlights of the game. It unfortunately follows possibly the most boring part of the game, and it's just a terrible slog of quests to get through at the end of ARR. We unlocked Heavensward. I literally walked through the gates of Ishgard, and I got a quest to go and talk with Harshafont and outside of the Fort Tom Manor. So we're about to meet Dad and family of the Fort Tom family. And I immediately stopped because my character, this is an achievement character. I am going for all the achievements. It will be a 7-year-long journey because of some of the achievements take that long. But I needed to immediately level up Dark Knight and Astrologian because I will be maining those in the expansion. So I had to level them both up so I could play them through the quest. So even though I unlocked Heavensward last night, the last 24 hours have been me plowing through levels 30 through 50 on Astrologian and Dark Knight. So that's where we are now. And I did that all off screen, so that way you guys didn't have to suffer through that. It was basically just spamming dungeons and doing duty roulettes. So Venetia says, it'd be like Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny versus Yosemite Sam, Aaron Eckhart, and Tasmanian Devil Donnie. Yet now, okay. I mean, I don't know about Aaron Eckhart. We you know, you could do a Channing Tatum. You could do a what is his what's his name? Peacemaker. John Cena as like a cowboy, like which I'd love the Yosemite Sam. But Tasmanian Devil Donnie Yen, 100%. Like we watched Ip Man recently as well. And of course, I love him in Rogue One. So Donnie Yen is a legend. AOR's only bad spot is the Crystal Tower series because it feels sparse but long. I'd say they'd cut the hard mode requirements to claim 100%, especially on the replay. The hard mode requirements were, they added nothing because they cut, when they did prune some filler quests. The pruned quests are kind of surrounding those. So like, it's just really weird. They're like, oh, go talk to Urianger and just do these 3 hard modes for no reason. And you go do them. And then it's like, now you can continue. Like it makes absolutely no sense why those are still required. And also, alternatively, I would argue that if they go back and remove the hard modes, they should go back and this might be a hot take. They need to re-release Binding Coil as either a solo duty or as a proper, like you can do it through Duty Finder, like a proper normal mode as they've done in the later expansions with the other raids. Because that story, the closure on Louis Sua's character, the closure with basically like Alize and Alphino, like it's kind of their journey to Eorzea and like understanding what their grandfather was really doing. Like so much of that story is so important, but it's locked behind. It is required to hard queue it. And unless you have a coordinated group or you're willing to sit in Party Finder, it's very difficult to actually run that content for the story purposes. Not even talking about raid difficulty. Leave the harder versions available if people want to do unsynced or synced or what have you. But from a storyline perspective, I feel that story is too important. And also, Alize is my favorite character in this game. And that is your only real experience with her outside of like 3 quests in the AR MSQ. And if you don't do Bind and Coil, you get nothing with Alize. So that's my 2 cents. That was my big takeaway with ARR post quest line. Everything else is kind of necessary. I would retool some stuff, but that's armchair quarterbacking. We can't go back in time. Hindsight's 2020. So it is what it is. Aaron Eckhart's Two-Face is great. Oh, I mean, I do love Aaron Eckhart 100%, but also his Two-Face performance was in 2008. You know, just 16 years ago. We're getting old. Firstly, need to introduce Louis Suat to closing. I mean, fair. Regardless. So for tonight, we are... Yeah, we're not getting old at all. We're young. We're fried chickens. We're all fried chickens here. But yeah, so we're going to jump in. Now, thankfully, Heavensward kicks off the change in voice actors. So no more cringy voice actors, although some people really love the ARR voice acting. I'm just somebody who... It's been so long since I played through ARR that the Heavensward and on voice actors are who they are to me. So now that we are in Heavensward and we have the new voice actors, I feel like home already. The little bit that we already got with cute little Alphino is already made me very happy. So hopefully there's a lot of voice acting. I will still need to read some text, some of the filler quest text and all that. And we're just going to power through and relax. If you are there and it is a Saturday night and you are hanging out with us, just relax, put your feet up, get a comfy blanket, get a drink. It doesn't have to be alcoholic, but have some drinks, stay hydrated, and be comfy with us. We are becoming cooler and better and tastier. Skittle, is you a cannibal now? Is you become a cannibal as you eat humans? Don't eat humans. Humans gross. Gamey. Culture Bop, it's been a minute. Will, what are you doing? What are you doing coming out of the woodwork? I didn't expect a wild Bop to appear. Hello, I hope you are well. Skill says, I was so surprised by the new voice acting when it finally hit this. To be fair, one thing I didn't realize, my first time playing through, because it was so long ago, it was 2013, is that the original Urianger was voiced by the same voice actor as Balthier from Final Fantasy XII. And it's only having done my replay through last year and like re-immersed myself in all the games that I was like, holy shit, like there's no way. And other than the fact that Urianger talks like Old English, basically, so it's a very flowery language. But like the voice he uses is just Balthier's voice, and Balthier's voice is amazing and silky and incredible, and so I will miss that a little bit. But again, it was just like this is Balthier doing a Urianger impression, to where my Urianger is the one from this expansion and on. So yes, Balthier's voice is so incredible. Yeah, it's been a while. Sorry, when everyone's schedule switched and started taking more responsibility at work, it just did not have the time. Hey, no, it's absolutely fine. Trust me, I've been in the same boat. Skittle can speak for it. I haven't been able to attend a lot of her streams just from stress and work. And look, we all have to adult, not because we like doing it, but because we have to do it to survive, to be alive, which is an unfortunate trade-off. Like, if we didn't have to survive, we wouldn't. If we could just, like, play video games and be dead, like, I would take that if it meant not working. I hope you're getting, yeah. Joking aside, Bob. No pressure at all. I'm just happy to hear from you. I miss our chats. You are a kindred soul, and I really appreciate your outlook and your insights, so it's wonderful to see you. Also, one day, when I'm not drinking and playing through this main story quest, which will be pretty heavy, I would love to pick your brain on what you thought of Rebirth if you've played it yet. I haven't played it yet, and Skittle is just now finishing Remake, but I would still like to pick your brain on it because I know you had strong opinions on Remake, and it would just be cool to chat with you about it. So the afterlife better be 24/7 video games. I mean, that would be ideal, right? Everybody's like, oh, in heaven, it's going to be everything you ever wanted. It's like, so just more video games. Just like it's just, heaven is roguelikes, right, Skittle? Yeah, by the way, Skittle, before I get started, because it will dominate the stream, how far did you get last night? When I left, you were halfway climbing up the wall. Halfway through the Hojo lab, have you gotten Red 13 yet? Because I feel like you get Red 13. Just not considering a lot of fights in there. Yeah, yes, he's amazing. Yeah, he becomes playable in the next game, apparently. Unfortunately, he's only AI controlled in this game, but yeah, he is amazing. I love Red 13 so much. Bob says, oh boy, Rebirth. My real quick take, it is my favorite Final Fantasy title since at least 10? Okay. Maybe my favorite since 8, which is my favorite game of the series. Okay. I mean, that's high praise, because from what I hear online, it's that the game is great, which I fully believe, because the game of Remake was great and the emotional beats were great. However, the whispers and the Nomura-fication of shit, and like I've heard tell of like alternate timeline, like that they're basically just shitting on the original canon while still loosely following it. And I didn't ask for that. I just want the original with just more instead of the original but with a new interpretation and Nomura bullshit. But I'm also famously a Nomura hater. I'm not a fan of Nomura's storytelling, and that is a personal opinion of mine, and it's not something that I would ever impress on others. I know that most people are of one of two camps. But Remake was still a 10 out of 10 game for me, even with the incomprehensible, you have to read between the lines and look up a guide to really understand the whispers, and I didn't need any of that, but it was still an incredible experience. Just like so many heart-wrenching moments, and the new characters that they did add are really good. And all of the games, the side quest games, are really fun. We watched Skittle do pull-ups yesterday, and that was a delight. I finally just got more info into the whispers. Still not sure what to think about them, especially Designed Fate. But I'm going with the flow and see where yeah, well, just you wait, because the end of the game, they definitely, yeah, we'll see next time you stream, because you probably only have one stream left. So yeah, my big mark against Remake was that specific thing but I replayed Remake before Rebirth, and my opinion on it had softened quite a bit to help my inclusion of them in Rebirth. Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And if Leonardo da Vinci had redone the Mona Lisa 25 years after he originally did it, would it be the same? And if it was exactly the same, everybody would say, Leonardo da Vinci, why did you do the Mona Lisa again? You made it the exact same. There was nothing of value to have done it again. But if he changes it, is it still the iconic thing that it was? Is his new vision better? Is it worse? He's still the same artist, but he's an artist with 25 years of different life experiences and a different viewpoint. I mean, I'm of the opinion that on a day-to-day basis, we are a different person than we were yesterday. We're similar, but we are different. You know, every single moment of our life is colored by the experiences that led us to that moment. So I don't want to live in a world where I say, well, look, the original is vaunted and untouchable, because upon my replay of the original, it was a 7 out of 10 game. It wasn't that great of a game. It was lacking a lot of, it relied on the audience's imagination for a lot of important things that it shouldn't have. It's just not a perfect game. So, and I liked Remake. So if I have to say, okay, well then this is the Mona Lisa, but it's a little bit different. This is Leonardo da Vinci 25 years later getting a second shot at his masterpiece, then so be it. And I have to sit with that. I have to say, look, I may not like it. I may think it's bullshit, but Nomura and his team are the ones that are doing it. And he was one of the leads. He wasn't the original director, but he was very, very influential and important in the creation of 7. So I have to just trust them that if this is their current vision, I have to trust that. And we're allowed to live in a world, luckily, where the original still exists. So I don't think this is a retelling remake. I kind of think it's a sequel. So my only 2 cents on that would be, then make a fucking sequel. Don't retell the same story, but just use the whisper bullshit to say like, well, but actually, and so it's similar. It's like an alternate universe, but it is, but it isn't. And some things are immutable, and we have to keep things on track and just tell a new story. Do a proper sequel. Do Final Fantasy X2 or do Final Fantasy 13 2. Oh, well, to be fair, both of those games are kind of mediocre, but you know what I mean? Like do a proper sequel that just tells the next part of the story, or do a prequel or whatever. But if you're going to tell the same story, yeah, I don't know. But again, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and they all stink. So that is just my stinky asshole of an opinion. All right, cheers. We are going to talk with our beautiful boy, Harshafant, who is our best friend in the entire world. Just for context, to anybody watching this either live or on YouTube, because I'm simulcasting this to YouTube, and you're watching the VOD later. If it's been a while since you've done this, just as a reminder, we were just framed for the murder of the Sultana and kicked out of Eorzea. Us, the warrior of light, the defeater of the primals, the ultimate hero, were framed for murder and basically found, we didn't do it, but basically every bit of evidence points to us. So the people who believed it had every right to believe it. So we had to be snuck out of Ul'dah. All of our friends they basically stayed behind to protect us, to give us time to escape. We ran to Kurthus to meet with our only friend in the world, Harshafant, who is a member of Ishgard, and Ishgard is neutral. Ishgard is not an official member of the Eorzean Alliance, and thus, because he's our bro, and he knows how much of a hero we are and how we've relied on him before in the past to support us, we knew he was the only person in the whole universe we could trust. So we came to him, we explained the situation, and he said, no way, I'm not going to stand for that. You get to stay at my house. So now we're having a slumber party at Harshafant's house, and it's glorious. That's where we're at right now. Skittle says, it's understandable. Hey, our opinions don't stink. Take it back. Babs on the nose. What Rebirth did for me was bring me back to playing the games on PS1. I haven't had that feeling in forever, so it holds a very special hold on me. I got you there. I love I caught you on this spot in the story because I get to brush up on it again before I jump back in. You better jump back in, by the way. You better jump back in. That said, I want to return to 14 to get ready for Dawntrail, but yeah. And I haven't touched a single game since Rebirth because I'm just drained. Well, 14, depending on where you stopped, Bob, because I feel like, if I remember correctly, you were also in Heavensward somewhere. Just focusing on the MSQ, just not getting distracted by, this game has infinite fun things to do, and I love them. That's why I've played this game for so long. I will forever champion this game. There is so much to do, but all of it is evergreen. There's none of it that when you get past it, you can't go back and enjoy it the same way. It's all the way they've designed the game is that experienced players at the highest level are incentivized to run the content with lower players, and so you don't have to do any of the side stuff immediately at all. You don't have to do any of it. But the main story quest, you do have a vested interest in doing it because it unlocks new systems and features that are time gated. Things that, like, once you get to them, you're like, oh my God, why did I wait so long to do this? But it also allows you to experience the story, and experiencing the story is, without a doubt, and I think if you ask any player of this game, the story is the most important piece. It is effectively a 150-hour long Final Fantasy game, and it is, in many people's opinion, the best one because it's so long and they've had so long to build it up that it doesn't get confusing. It doesn't get too, I mean, yeah, there's some heady concepts, but it's an MMO, so they have all this time to immerse you in these really complex fantasy concepts that they've created for the game. And so when you get to the end, you're not like, oh, this is just some stupid bullshit god that Final Fantasy IX always comes to mind. The god at the end of that game is like, or the last boss is like literally, Necron just comes out of nowhere. It's like, oh, and he's a guy that we also have to fight. And it's just like, yeah, it's just a mess. And this game doesn't have that. This game slowly, meticulously layers on piece after piece after piece. And everything that's in the main story pays off later, whether it pays off a month or a year or 2 years. There's a very big plot line in the ARR quest line that doesn't pay off until Stormblood. I'm not going to ruin that for anybody who's in here that hasn't played through that, but basically that whole quest line that happens isn't important for anything in Heavensward. They were looking ahead to Stormblood, and then the Crystal Tower quest line is vital for Shadowbringers. And that's why you have to do it at that time, even though it is disjointed. I think Venetia was saying that the Crystal Tower feels disjointed, and it's legitimately disjointed. You're like, this is great, but this has nothing to do with everything else going on in the world. But when you get to Shadowbringers, everything starts clicking, and you're like, oh my God, all that stuff I did all that time ago. And it's really special. It's a miracle. It's a miracle in storytelling. The only thing close to it is traditional fantasy books, like your Game of Thrones, right? Where the author writes book 1 and then doesn't write another book for 5 years and then doesn't write another book for 5 years, and they're all a part of a series, and you have stuff from the first book that pays off in the third. That's the closest like allegory I can have for it. And it's what made me fall in love with the game and made me fall in love with the story, was the first couple of times you see those things pay off. They're so huge. And it's similar at the end of Heavensward. There's a post quest line series. It's about 15 hours worth of content. Has a really important quest line that is a little confusing at first. And then you go to Stormblood and that quest line gets left behind. But when you get to Shadowbringers, they bring back that quest line and wrap it up, and it all makes sense in hindsight. So anyways, I'm going to get off my high horse. All I'm saying is this game is beautiful, and it is a perfect game that if you are stressed out and you're working a lot of hours and you just want something that is chill, it's got great music, that has infinite, I mean, again, it's like 150 hours of just cutscene content. That's not including the fights. That's not including the travel and the exploration. And it's definitely not counting the thousands and thousands of hours of optional fun content like the Gold Saucer or the Palace of the Dead or all the raids and all of that stuff. Just regular content. It's super chill. And when you finish it, if you want to talk about it, I'd love to. That's the best reason to do it. So people who love and are passionate about it can talk about it with each other. So anyways, I'm watching so many movies though. I'm at 89 movies this year, having a blast doing that. That sounds amazing. I'm excited to get further in the story. One of the things I love about the storytelling 14 is all you're saying, but I've enjoyed playing it all back to back because it allowed me to see all the threads you were talking about. The Gold Saucer in 14 is so good. Yeah, I lost about a week of progress. I originally was supposed to get to Dawntrail on this character. I've been working on it for like 2 months now. And instead I only got to Heavensward because of the fucking Gold Saucer. I got on a kick of doing Chocobo racing and Mahjong and the card game, Triple Triad, because there's achievements related with them. And I'm like, well, I need to get to a point where I'm doing them weekly, working towards those achievements, because there's like, you have to win 1,000 races and stuff like that. Well, I'm like, well, let me just do 10 a week. And yeah, it just sucks up all my time. Yeah, always end up, yeah, because you go there just to check your catbot, your lotto ticket. And you're like, well, while I'm here, and then 5 hours later, yes, the saucer music, yes. Yeah, straight from Final Fantasy VII. A lot of people dig this game because this game is basically just a combination of references to all the other games. It doesn't have a lot of references to 7, but then you consider that the Golden Saucer, which is huge, is a huge reference just to 7. So there's other things too. But okay, Archifant. Let's chat. The Warrior of Light and her brave companions, walking the streets of Ishgard at last. What a glorious sight. I cannot tell you how long I've waited for this day. Allow me to present you my family home, Fortom Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introduction must be made. I love our best friend, Archifant. I love him, love him, love him.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing. I, Count Edmond de Fortom, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Fortom, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortom.
By the way, the voice actor of Alphino, after Endwalker, the previous expansion, kind of puts a bow on the original story. So there's a sense of finality to it. So the audience and everybody who played the game, there was a huge outpouring of love for all of the voice actors and the artists and the creators. The voice actor for Alphino, who started in Heavensward, so these are like his first lines he ever says. He actually started a YouTube or a Twitch channel called like It's Me Alphino, and he has been streaming the game because he's never played the game. He's voice acted it, and Alphino is one of the most important characters. Alphino and Alisaie are kind of like pseudo main characters along with your main character, and it has been a delight. The whole community has bounded around him. He regularly joins other streamers' streams and just chats with them. And it's like you're chatting with the voice actor, and he's cute. He plays on controller, and he's not a gamer. So he's just kind of fiddling his way through it. And but he's never experienced the story because he only reads the lines from Alphino's perspective. He doesn't get the rest of the script. So he's like, oh, so this is like, I remember when I say this. And like, he's delightful. He's wonderful and great. So the music in 14 is immaculate. There's so many great themes. Absolutely. Yes. Playing an MMO with to be fair, this is the best one to do it on. The controller support for this game is incredible. There are people that are like, they like compete for raid, like world firsts that play on controller in this game, so.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
It's almost better than keyboard. It is more comfy. It's definitely comfy to sit there with a controller than it is mouse and keyboard. I do prefer mouse and keyboard, but I can see the argument for the especially if you're doing more casual stuff like fishing. 100% on controller.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
For context, Ishgard is closed to outsiders. They're very xenophobic because religion and dragons. Venetia says, if you don't have an MMO mouse, controller's better. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, MMO mouse. I could not do this without an MMO mouse.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
Sleepover, sleepover, sleepover. So Count Edmond is the narrator for this leg of the story. And our relationship with Harshfon we know that even though there are people in Ishgard that they are schemers, to quote the Joker from Dark Knight for the second time tonight, schemers. We know without a doubt the integrity and the honesty of House Fortom. And I love that element. That's a good storytelling trope. All too often in stories, they like to paint everybody as being ambiguous or bad, and that could be exhausting, especially when you have an expansion where you're going to a new city, a hostile city. We can't go back home for storyline reasons. I mean, I could go back and walk around, but you know what I mean? Like, as far as the canon of the story goes, we're kind of homeless right now. It is so nice to have characters that the game and the storytelling is not trying to portray as villainous. They are true erstwhile allies, and they just continue to validate that over and over, and it's really delightful, and I love it. Skill says, I love the controller until I got too leveled up and there's too many abilities. Oh yeah, and I mean, just you wait, because later they just keep giving you more abilities. Not too many more. Most classes, the few abilities they add, they kind of do it intelligently, where like one ability turns into another, but there is still more abilities later on. I have Shift Q E R F C G X bound Q E. Yeah, okay. I tend to click my utilities. Gotcha. Quick Q. There you go. Well, congratulations. All right. Intro quests. Though our friends in House Fortom have been generous enough to extend us their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper that we learn about our new home, so that we might become more self-sufficient. I'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, and learn it we must. Then there's the markets and the taverns. We'll need to know where to shop and where to hear the small talk. Oh, Tataru, little Tataru, if I could just squeeze her little cheeks. Twould seem a tour of the city is indeed in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall of course do as you suggest. Very good. Then my manservants shall accompany you. He will be able to answer any questions you might have. But I grow forgetful in my dotage. There is something I must give you ere we part. Their documentation is in order, I trust. Yes, my lord. Those documents identify you as wards of House Forton. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them that you remain under the protection of House Forton, but let us hope it shall not come to that. Rest assured that we shall do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. Myth, Tataru, the city awaits. Let's go. Oh my god, yeah, because I just replayed it, where she's like, down in the doldrums, she's like, I want to help, but I don't know how to. And she has a whole quest line where she tries to be an arcanist, and she's got her little carbuncle, and then the carbuncle just runs away from her instead of helping her fight. She's like crying. And I was just like, you poor little thing. But Tataru, again, not spoiling anything, but she's a character for many, many more expansions, and she stays a very important part of our party. And she is our secretary, our like badass secretary. Like she, like if anything needs to be done with paperwork or money or clothing, because she does take up weaving. That's the part of that quest line, the like taking care of people and creating things. She takes care of it. She is a delight. She's wonderful. This is your first time in the Fair City. Pray permit me show to the Hoplon. Okay, yeah, so we're just gonna, this is just the kind of intro to the city, which I've already done. I've already got all of our aetheryte crystals, so we're just gonna kind of zoom through this. Again, we are focused on the main story, and this is just a filler quest. A Hoplon, so named for the bronze great shield born our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishgard. I mean, Bob, do whatever makes you feel happy. The vault is both Ishgard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop, who is evil because religion. Begging your pardon, the statues of the south, are they perchance Thorin's famed Knights 12? This is actually important. The Knights of the Round, another Final Fantasy VII reference. The Knights 12 are the Knights of the Round from Final Fantasy VII. Very good, Master Alphino. They are the fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Thorin I to put down Nidhogg and found this great nation. Ours is a city rich in history and tradition, and there is much you can learn by exploring the pillars, time permitting, of course. Skittle, are you still in Heavensward? Is she? I think she is. I think she's, honestly, she's about 2 hours in. I'm probably going to get to where Skittle is at about 10 o'clock EST, so. Now then, if you were to follow me to the Jeweled Crozier, I shall introduce you to Mistress Elise, our master of the markets. Elise? Elise? When and if anybody joins, if you're looking for people to run with, I run all content. Sometimes it's nice to do dungeons and stuff, even though you can do it all with NPCs now, but it is nice to do it with people that you know and trust, instead of doing it with strangers. Even the strangers in this game are usually very, very kind and very helpful. God, I love the music of Ishgard. I think only Sharlayan beats it as far as capital cities in an expansion. All right, this is where all the merchants are. This is where you come if you want to buy anything from a merchant. Count Edmond is granted a slave to remain in Ishgard. Yeah. You have need of sundry goods. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can buy things from us here. This is where you can buy things from. Well, if you guys ever want to hook up and play, let me know. I'm in post Heavensward quest leading up to Swordhorn Blood, so I'm not terribly far ahead. I mean, it is my goal to get to Shadowbringers by Wednesday, which is a lot. Because Heavensward is 9 hours long. Heavensward post quests are 15 hours long. Stormblood is like 10 hours long. Stormblood post credit is like another 11 hours. So it's like almost 45 hours worth of cutscenes between now and then to get to Shadowbringer. So I probably won't get there by Wednesday, but we will see. I am going late tonight, assuming I don't pass out from Old Fashions, which, by the way, I will need to refill that here shortly. It is very ambitious, yeah. But all the big stuff is out of the way. So like leveling my characters and getting Astrologian and Dark Knight, those were like the big roadblocks I had, and those are done now. So I can literally just power through main story quest, main story quest, main story quest. So here we have Foundation to Aetheryte Plaza. Yep. Yeah. We just want give me the money, give me the gold, show me the gold. Tataru. She's like, uppies. Just like, why? As for our next destination, mayhap we should decide together. What else can be found nearby? Sky Steel Manufactory, so this is just like, hey, this is where you go if you want to be a machinist. The north and east of the congregation are Knights Most Heavenly, which is where Amaric is, and also where the inn is where we do the hunts. And why is that? The Pharaoh Knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels, Master Alphino. Hold your nose when you pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is like to wilt in our feuds.
What could it cost? $10?
Miska 60 Raincat Party 100 drinks and FF or best birthday celebration.
Wait, what the hell just happened? Did you just do a voice line? Did you guys hear that? I heard it, but I'm not sure if you guys heard it. That's amazing. I didn't configure that. I know it's like the new thing where you can do cheer bits and all that, so it must be like built in. So, well, that's amazing. Thank you. And yes. Happy birthday, me. I got bogged down in doing side quests for the separate classes because I didn't want to make separate characters for each class. I mean, no, 100%. I'm doing the same thing. Although I've played through almost all of those stories before, though, so I'm just like skipping through them. Like I'm just like next. So the Dark Knight one, by the way, if you haven't done that one, is quite possibly my favorite. Dark Knight's really good. Warrior's really good for different reasons. Warrior is an anime, basically. But Dark Knight is like a mindfuck story. It's really good. Oh, come to see the sights, have you? Take a turn down the Hoplon and gawp at the statues. Why, Well, if you have a mind to learn how the better half live, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Night, if your nursemaid'll let you. Okay, I may have added some inflection on that character, but that's what it felt like that character was going through. Oh, my humblest apologies, Master Alphino. Pray, pay that drunken lout no mind. Oh, but I must. It would not do to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. Yes, I simply must see this Forgotten Night for myself. I trust you see the wisdom in this myth. There are few sources of information more abundant than a bustling local hostelry. Oh, the writing. It gets better later on. Not that I expect to hear any news of our missing comrades just yet. Nevertheless, who can say what we might learn of recent events? Thank you for the happy birthday, Bob. Then I'm coming too. It's like, yeah, we're going to a seedy bar. And Tataru's like, I'm coming too. Bring the baby. All right. So go to the Forgotten Night. We're going to just not talk about the fact that I've already been to the Forgotten Night because that's where I did my Dark Knight quest. So by the way, so Bob, so here, let me move it where you guys can see it a little bit better. So yeah, so I've got Paladin, Warrior, and Gunbreaker all at level 60-ish. Dark Knight's at 52, but that's because I'm playing it for Heavensward. And then White Mage, Astrologian, I haven't unlocked Sage yet. And then Dancer and Red Mage, I'm also leveling up. And then everything else I've got some progress in, so I feel you. I level all of the classes because I'm a masochist apparently. All right. Must say, this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh new faces in my tavern. Yeah, it's like a start of a D&D campaign. We but recently arrived in Ishgard and are eager to acquaint ourselves with her more notable establishments. Master Gibberlant. Just Gibberlant will do. And I'm flattered you think so highly of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations, but if it's decent food and drink you're after, you'd do much worse. I've enjoyed all the various stories attached. Oh yeah, I mean, there's some really good story in those class quests. And then in the later expansions, they have role quests that are even, they're like, so you have tank, range DPS, magical DPS, healer, like as roles. So you can do those quests on any member of that role. But what they do is, even though they're centered on that role, they're also a part of the main story. So it's kind of like deleted scenes from a DVD commentary. If you do those role quests, they give you a lot more context to the story that's going on. It's really brilliant the way they do it in later expansions. And if you do all of them, you get a special quest line that answers a mystery about the expansion that the main story doesn't. And they do that in every expansion. So it's why I recommend to everybody who's playing this game, level up at least one of every major archetype. So that way you can do those class quests when you get there. Which is easy to do. Most people already do that, so. Judging by the number of customers I see, I suspect your fare is rather more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, I could not help but note a difference between those who frequent the upper and lower floors. Spotted that, did you? Aye, up here you'll find peddlers, porters, off-duty nights, and so forth, dropping in on their way to or from somewhere else. Regulars maybe, but not locals. Folks from the Broom, they tend to congregate downstairs, where we offer a menu more suited to their tastes. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits, all quality mind, but not the sort of stuff I'd recommend to yourselves. You speak of the lowest levels, yes? Why do they call them the Broom, if I may ask? 'Cause when the weather's foul and the broom rolls in thick, it's the poor sods living at the bottom who have to deal with it. I see. And that's not just the weather. When the wyverns broke through the wards and started tearing up the city, it was the Broom that got the worst of it. while the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and the temple knights. And a few people are still sore about that, mind, which is why, considering your present company, I'd recommend you keep your wits about you if you mean to go below, and something sharp in your boot, just to be sure. I shall take your words to heart, sir. Master Huffano, I think it would be best if we return to Fort Tom Manor. You go on ahead without me. I'm staying for a drink or two. Tataru gets killed. just like she has no... It's like, look, it's dangerous, you little munchkin darling girl. You cute little... You're lucky you're dangerous. Mr. Taru, I'm afraid that is out of the question. My lord, the Count, he would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges in such a place. Least of all, a maiden. What are you up to, Tataru? Look around, Alphano. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could practically live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me. Indeed. But will you be safe here on your own? Oh, please. Do you know how often I looked after the waking sands and the rising stones by myself? If I had a guilt for every unwelcome caller I've driven away, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be fine. Not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone lay an unwelcome hand on a patron in my establishment. I love Gibberlant. He's a good tavern keeper. That settles it then, Tataru. Myth and I shall return to the manor for now. Contact me by Lick Pearl if you require assistance. And this is the part where we just leave Tataru to a den of thugs and thieves and drunkards. And she just excels because she's incredible. She's so awesome. I will. I love you, little munchkin girly. Bye! Bye. I'm gonna shank someone. Bye! Don't you worry, Myth. If there's any news of our friends, I'll find it. Oh, yeah, you will. You delightful little woman. She is a badass. I love her to death. I don't know why I'm walking. We can teleport. I'm gonna have to dip out to take care of some cleaning up before bed. I'm glad I left that there. That's almost a year old. That was 4th of July of last year, Skittle. I'm going to have to dip out, but it's been so much fun chatting with you guys. I miss you guys. I'm going to try my hardest to tune more often. Have fun the rest of the stream. I hope you have the best birthday. Thank you, Bob. It was wonderful talking to you, sir. Take care of yourself, and hope to hear from you soon. But all things on your own time. Take care of yourself first. And it did feel like a guitar solo. Every moment with Tataru is a guitar solo moment. Tell us then, Master Alphano, does Ishgard meet with your expectations? That which I imagine pales in comparison to the reality. I felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step I took, and when those steps took me past the scars left by the Wyverns and Foundation, I understood how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating, the casualties unspeakable. The Wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Aymeric has ordered his knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house has been called upon to lend what support it can. There is much to be done, yet alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Well, mayhap we could be of assistance, my lord. After all you have done for us, we would welcome any opportunity to repay your kindness. That is a most generous offer, Master Alphano. You are a guest in my home, to whom I extend my hospitality without obligation, let or lien. Nevertheless, Ishgard's need is great, and if you are willing to aid our cause, I cannot well refuse. Good. What would you ask of us? From what I have heard, you are an intelligent and persuasive young man. Such qualities may prove useful to us in our efforts to secure provisions from foreign sources, identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts, and so on. As for you, Mistress Melchior, I could ask for no one better than a storied veteran such as yourself, a woman with the capacity to act swiftly and decisively when needed. To aid our tour, I'm gonna butcher these guys' names because it's French. It reads Artorel. I have no idea how that's pronounced. And Amanolaine, or Amaniane? Yane? I think it's Yi, kind of like Spanish, but I could be wrong. Amaniane? In their duties. The two brothers. One is competent, and one is kind of flighty. They remind me of like British royals. How, some are kind of pomp and foppish. Just like, so you have one who's like, I'm gonna lead my house one day. And the other one's like, I like trains. But the other one, the one who likes trains, is a delight. He likes dancing and he just wants to live his best life. And he's a delight. I love him. I beg your pardon. I am more than capable of carrying out my duty by myself. I have no need of our honored guest's assistance. Now be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? That side-eye look he did just for like a second, like, stop talking. Hold your tongues. By the Fury, the two of you will conduct yourselves with the dignity befitting your station and show Mistress Melchior the respect she deserves. This is the woman who slayed Gaius van Balsar and some half-dozen primals besides. She is not here to steal your glory or serve as your errand girl. Cut to us doing fetch quest errands for them, probably. If you can pardon them their impropriety, Mistress Melchior, I should be much obliged if you would lend my sons a helping hand. My thanks. If you're willing, they may even learn something from you. Just like the one in the background's like, yes! Like, I get to hang out with a hero. I look forward to working with you, Myth. It's going to be grand. Yeah. Here's Amanda Lane, but where's his shitty brother just fucking took off. He was just like, I'm not standing around to be talked to. It would seem we shall now want for employment over the coming days, though that was never in doubt. Our host's initial reluctance to accept our offer of aid was solely for appearance sake. In truth, he is glad of this opportunity to put us to work. By granting us patronage, House Fortom has taken a tremendous risk. Until we demonstrate our worth to Ishgard at large, the Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in matters great and small. And so he would have us publicly serve Ishgard, while simultaneously keeping his sons in check. It is an arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. My own duties may feasibly bring me into contact with people who know something of our missing comrades. And as you go about helping our two lords with their various responsibilities, you will invariably make new acquaintances in Ishgard, mayhap even new allies. Yes, the more I think on it, the more confident I am that by furthering their goals, we shall further our own. Yep. Yeah, so I'm assuming these are just kind of like intro quests because we can do two of them at the same time, so... He wants us to go to the Sea of Clouds, and then I'm assuming he is sending us to Western Kurthus. Yeah. All right, we'll do Sea of Clouds first. Shall we be awful, girl? Ah, but where are my manners? Emmanuel de Forton, second son of Count Edmond de Forton. Trueborn, that is. Yes, yes, I know what you're thinking, and you are absolutely right. What ill fortune to be born second in a society where the eldest inherits all. Oh, my brother would never cut me off, 'tis true. But who could be satisfied subsisting on meager allowance, forever overshadowed by his sibling? Not I, old girl, not I. Dragoon feels so much harder than Black Mage. Really? I mean, I know Black Mage has gotten easier over the years, but Black Mage is still, like the formula meme, where it's like you're just trying to figure things out. Black Mage is a very difficult class for me to play. So Dragoon is just press button, press flashing button. I think they have, what, 3 positionals right now? So, like, even the positionals aren't that bad. Although, to be fair, I played Monk for a very long time, so I know positionals. Like, I'm very comfortable with positionals. Which is why I need your help to ensure that this business at the Sea of Clouds goes swimmingly, so that the tales of my great deeds can win me in a place in people's hearts, or better yet, raise me higher in their estimations than Dawntrail. Ambitious, I grant you. But then I do have a legendary hero to do my bidding. Haha. Oh, don't look at me that way. I jest. Anyway, we are to aid the good men and women of House Hyanart. Probably Hyanart. Hyanarte, actually. It's probably the te at the end. They have ever been steadfast friends to our house, though they've fallen on hard times since the calamity, poor blighters. As for what precisely we'll be doing, well, what fun would it be if I told you everything in advance? Just come along with me to the airship landing. We'll need to take an airship to Camp Cloudtop. Managing all the weaves and the positionals, timing buffs, life surges, Black Mage is fire for... I mean, to be fair, Black Mage is selfish DPS. So you just care about you. You care about your rotation. You care about where you're at. You're right. You don't have to worry about positionals. You don't have to worry about casting buffs on other people. You don't have to worry about... Yeah, I get you there. Airship ticketer, we should take the teleport. I need to refill my glass, but I will tell you what, that first one is already hitting me, so I'm going to take a second before we do another delicious old-fashioned. Are you ready to depart, madam? The airship bound for Camp Cloudtop will be leaving shortly. Yep. So we have to do these 2 intro quests, and then we go on the main story, which has the first dungeon, which is in Western Kurthus.
Upon an airship, conceived within the fecund mind of Cid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, who had come to call Eorzea home. High into the heavens, where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds, a frontier the knights of Ishgard had scarce begun to explore. To a fledgling outpost, within the sea of clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, she came.
It's already so much more cinematic than it was in an ARR, which I knew was coming, but it is still, like, having spent so much time in ARR, it's really nice. And I love those little interludes. Those are all canonically lines from Edmond Fortom's book Heavensward. So he writes a book called Heavensward, and all of his narration is in hindsight in his book Heavensward about our journey in this lands. So it's really cool. You don't have to spend like 3 seconds to fit Lance Charge, Battle Litany, and Life Surge before you... Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't have to do as much double weaving as like Machinist, but I know, yeah, I mean, any of the melees, and especially Dragoon, yeah, you gotta sometimes fit multiple OGCDs. That's rough. I'm not a Dragoon main, by all means. So, yeah, I feel you. Awfully cold up here. I mean, Kurthus may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seems positively balmy. And of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain that strong silent persona all the time, you know. Never mind. We will need to find Lady Laniat. She is in charge of the garrison here. Oh, and when we find her, just follow my lead, yes? Excellent. All right. I always talk to the Chocobo Keep whenever we get to a new city, even though I literally never take the porter anywhere. The exclamation mark gives me anxiety because anxiety is a monster that lives in the realm of the illogical. Music is such a vibe. Okay, we have to take the stairs because we can't fly yet. That was a slow Chocobo. I don't have the speed up yet. So I do like these zones, and I like the music. And I love Galacats, by the way, which is literally just a cat that has wings like taped onto him. He's like wearing them like a machine. Like, it's hard to see because it's nighttime, but one of my favorite enemies. I think they originate in either Final Fantasy 3 or Final Fantasy 5. I forget which one. But that being said, I'm not a huge fan of this zone, simply because it's a weird zone full of floating islands, and even though that's cool, it doesn't feel as literally or figuratively grounded. I much prefer zones that are like a part of the world, if that makes sense, but still not bad. Also, this is just a confusing zone to navigate when you're like doing gathering and stuff here, just because it's so multi-level. Not a huge fan of it, but it is a vibe. And it's better than Isis Law, at least. Bats are sky puppies, Galacats are sky cats. Yes, yes, very much yes. Mistress Melchior, welcome. I'm Solaniat de Hayanart, commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloudtop. Strange though it may sound, I have long dreamed of meeting you. I am in your debt, you see, and shall ever remain so. Were it not for you, my younger brother Francel would have been executed upon the word of a false inquisitor. That's a reference to a level 35 quest in AR. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands, and thus have I been unable to seek you out. But by grace of Halone, I have been granted an opportunity to thank my brother's savior in person, and to call upon her generous aid besides. Truly, I know not what I have done to deserve this double blessing. Having played Dark Souls, no map is confusing. Yeah, 100%. You are right there. Although Dark Souls makes a weird sort of sense in my head because I like Metroidvanias a lot. It's basically a 3D Metroidvania, essentially. So it makes a weird sort, like I love when you like backtrack on a thing thinking it's going somewhere new, but it ends up just being a back way into a previously explored area. So makes it make a weird sort of sense to me. Again, it's like placed in the world, like it's got a physical, tangible place. So I like how before Heavensward, Medgord Sommer just says, "Yeah, I came from space." I mean, that is basically, yeah, it is basically alien dragons, essentially. Like, that's what it is. It's one of my favorite parts of Endwalkers. We come full circle on that. They're like, remember alien dragons? Aliens. Tis a pleasure to see you again, my lady Lanyet. You cut an elegant figure as always, a steel-clad rose, equally at home on a battlefield or in a ballroom. Lord Amalgain, if it is not too much to ask, I should be grateful if you would allow me to finish speaking with Mistress Melchior. Oh. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The high elevation afforded by the floating isles make it ideal for this purpose. Naturally, it also makes us a ready target for attack. We are not defenseless, however. The Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, as you may have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts have been hampered by an indigenous beast tribe known as the Vanu Vanu, with whom we have had several skirmishes already. How spoiler allowed on this? I'd prefer to... I do prefer to keep spoilers out. I mean, obviously anybody watching this is acknowledging that they're watching the main story quest, but essentially anything important that is after the point that we are, I do not speak about. Or I will speak about loosely, basically without spoiling anything. So like generic themes and such like that, but no events, definitely no important character living or dyings or anything like that. So, of course. No beastman is a match for a man of Ishgard. Bring me a birdman and I'll show him a thing or two. I fear much and more may be asked of you in days to come, Mistress Melchior. Yep. While I understand Count Edmond's intentions, I would rather not waste valuable time ensuring that the young lord doesn't get trampled underfoot. True, it is entirely possible that he may learn something from this experience, but if left to his own devices, I think it far more likely he will make a mess of things. It's very true, he will make a mess of things. Tell him that I would like him to keep watch for Dravanian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant in private, make it clear that it is his responsibility to keep Abanalain from shirking his duty. I'll try to be subtle on this, knowing the reveals of Shadowbringers and Endwalker makes me respect how strong Ishgardians are compared to the Ellis and south of Corthus. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Request from Laniette. Oh, why didn't she think to ask me in person? Surely she must see me standing here, but a few malms away. Yalms, not malms. Malms are like miles. Yalms are like yards. Oh, never mind. What is it? A mission of paramount importance. Keep watch for Dravanian outliers. Roam about and keep an eye out for anything unusual. Or ... So there's a part of me that says chaos, right? You choose ... That's the chaos choice. But I do stick to my internal headcanon of who Myth is, and Myth is a very prototypical hero. So she's gonna play along with Laniette's little ruse here. Yeah, ... is Squall, 100%. Right. And not interested would be Cloud. A mission? Oh yes, yes, of course. That is why I'm here. I shall do as my lady asks. Oh, you poor, sweet, spring, summer child. Oh, you... Oh. Ah, Mistress Melchior, I do not believe I have properly introduced myself. My name is Honoroi, and I serve at the pleasure, not as a pleasure. Oh my god. Corey, you've only had one old-fashioned. Keep it together. I serve at the pleasure of Lord Amanulain. Lady Laniette would have me accompany Lord Amanulain. I'm not going to be able to say it correctly. It's weird. I've said these names in my head for a decade, but having to say them out loud on stream, and it's like, how do word? I understand completely. I will do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. All right, so now that the pompous royal is out of the way, we can actually do real work. Were he of another house, mayhap I would not feel obligated to go to such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you, at least, more so than others. Japanese Squall is a way less rude character. He's... Oh, yeah, no, I know. I 100% know the PlayStation era, and, of course, that's notwithstanding the SNES era, because famously as well, the translation is dodgy, not necessarily out of incompetence, but just things are lost in translation, choices are made. Yeah, we were a lot less true to intent back then. Or mayhap you are more skilled at this than most. I suspect you have had to humor our fair share of difficult men before. Yeah, give me the gold. Give me that gold. Now that Amaniane is out of harm's way, we are free to discuss matters of actual import, such as our struggles with the Vanu Vanu. We first encountered the Vanu several years ago, which I'm very excited, by the way. Dawntrail introduces a sister tribe to the Vanu Vanu. So we get a tribe that's in North America, basically, that are, I forget what they're called. It's like Palu Palu or something like that. So we first encountered the Vanu several years ago, when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After an exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent lookout post. There was peace between our people for half a year until suddenly, for reasons unknown, their attitudes towards us changed. They began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on supplies flown in from Ishgard. But words are no substitute for first-hand experience. Go and see Sir Marier, Sarah Marier, not Sir. Sarah Marier. She could use your assistance. I still wonder why Texas is mentioned in Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. Yeah, I forget the exact moment, but I know, like, the Reddit was actually just talking about that recently as well. It's used as like a kind of like Thal's balls kind of thing. Like what in the Texas? I think it's Barrett that says it, I think. But Mr. Melchior, I presume. Lady Laniet told me you were coming. I hear tell you've never faced a Vanu before. Well, spend enough time on patrol and you should have crossed paths with them eventually. These birdmen are native to the floating isles. I say birdmen, but they're not at all like the Ixal. Unless that Ixal's mother was a Gigas. Here, let me mark your several locations on your map. If you discover any Vanu in these areas, kill or drive them away. Yep, so okay. We just gotta go do a quest. And we're gonna see some Vanu. God, the chocobo is so slow. I need to unlock faster speed. I'm so thankful we're just doing main story quests, and we'll be in and out here. Because if Shinra from Final Fantasy X2 builds the Mako factory in Final Fantasy VII, and Texas real brain hurts. Yeah, I mean, at least at that point, our translations were a little bit better. Korak on YouTube says, I can't wait for the graphical update so I can finally play as my favorite race. What is your favorite race? I originally was a big fan of, oh my god, my brain is not braining, Aura. So my main was an Aura female, but of course now I'm playing a Dust White Elysian, And actually, I've fallen in love with Duskwhite. I do think that they have the weird thing where their neck is a little too long and their head is a little bit too small for their body. But I have fallen in love with her. But I too cannot wait for the graphical update. And because I think all characters look a little bit better, but there are some classes or some races that get a big glow up. Yuna is still the undisputed best female pro tag. I think canonically, in the original versions of every game, Yuna is the best, if nothing else because she actually gets a fully fleshed story. Very few female pro tags in Final Fantasy games get the full story. Get like you could argue like Aerith or Tifa, for example, but they're both very much side characters in Final Fantasy VII. You could argue Rosa, she's got an interesting storyline in Final Fantasy IV, but she might have 30 total lines in the entire game. Like, the games were just different back then. The only person I would say compares is Ashe from Final Fantasy XII, but she shares the spotlight so much where when you compare it with Yuna and the focus Yuna's journey is in Final Fantasy X, 100%, I would agree she is the best canonical pro tag. Lightning would be good, but Final Fantasy XIII is a mess. It's just a fucking mess. I adore the first half of that game. Replayed it last year. Adore the first half of that game. But the second half of that game is a mess. Korak says, fun fact, every race has a super long neck. If you take off the shirt at any race outside of Lalafels, they have giraffe necks. Ellison are just the worst offender due to their slim body. So it sticks out more. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, that doesn't surprise me. Because essentially so much of the, like with 3D, especially like models and things of that nature, so much of it is about the final interpretation, right? So I firmly believe that the art direction team at Square weren't like, oh, we're going to make a race that looks weird. They're like, no, we use the same... we use and I know that they do that. They basically stretch the body. There's like 3 core bodies basically, and they just kind of stretch all the different parts, but they use the same rough, like measurements. So that way the armor and everything fits correctly. But you're right. It's just that the way that they made the Ellison's body so thin and the placement of the head, because they're taller, so you're just kind of stretching everything out. It makes it look proportionately different. So yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. I've never thought about it that way, but that would make sense. My favorite race is Male Row. Oh, Male Row. I created one in the Dawntrail, like where you could create a character, and I created one I really liked. And then I was like, well, hey, let me create them in the base game and walk around with them. And I just can't get over the animations. Same thing with Male Al Ra. There's a Male Al Ra in Dawntrail that I think looks incredible, but their goofy ass run animation, I would go insane watching that character run for hundreds of hours. I just couldn't. Never been able to play them until now, is whenever I tried on gear, it was just giant pixels, 100%. The bloating of the textures, the larger races definitely makes it very noticeable, and I'm so happy that we're getting higher quality textures. Very few pieces look good, stretched 3x its intended size, yep. Venetia says, Final Fantasy XIII is extraordinarily gameplay and story integrated effect. One being a l'Cie is being given a task and not knowing what it is. You're a player who's given a task of the game and not knowing what you're doing. It's 1-to-1. You're the same as the characters. I can see that. I mean, I actually don't really have a big problem with the whole l'Cie thing, largely. It's the more second half of it that's just, it feels... I come from a theater background. I have a history in writing for film and short stories. I have friends that do creative writing, and I'm an amateur game designer. I feel very strongly about storytelling and pacing and things of that nature. And my biggest issue with 13 is simply pacing and depth. So like, I think a lot of the stuff a lot of people dog that game for, outside of gameplay, If you've got a problem with the gameplay, you got a problem with the gameplay. That's just kind of a personal opinion because that system is so unique. You either like it or you don't, and your opinion is yours, and that's valid. But from a storytelling perspective, there's a lot of pacing issues where there's a lot of expectation to read logs in between chapters and not show. And granted, you don't want a story where the characters are always looking at the camera explaining everything either. So there's a balance there, but they just get the balance wrong, in my opinion. That's my biggest issue with it. It's just, it's messy. It's not a clean way to tell the middle or the end of your story. But the first 6 chapters leading up to the big reuniting of the characters and Snow and Hope's like internal battle with Snow's guilt over his mom dying at his hands, and Hope blaming Snow for his mom's death, and that emotional impact. I actually streamed it last year when I replayed it, and like that hit just as hard as any other story in any other Final Fantasy game for me. I cried on stream. So like the game does some things well, but then it just kind of, you get to a point where you're, you know, we have to fight the gods and the emperor guy, and he's got his owl mech, and there's just pacing issues. There's just, yeah. Anyways, we're not playing Final Fantasy 13. I'm not going to go into too much of a diatribe there, but that's my opinion on it. So, Korak and YouTube says Final Fantasy 13 would be an amazing game if it wasn't for the main cast. Like, none of their causes are justified, and none of them grows people by the end credits. Show don't tell. Snow is like the only real yes, I do agree. Snow, and to a lesser extent Hope, because Hope has to forgive Snow, and that's a very important character arc, right? You know, when you're writing a story, you have to give your characters arcs, otherwise they don't have a meaningful, the stakes don't matter to them. So you can say the world is ending tomorrow, and those stakes should matter, but if your characters don't have a reason to want to live past tomorrow, then the audience isn't going to care about the world ending tomorrow. So Hope and Snow, I feel that arc is so beautiful, but they resolve that arc halfway through the game, and then it's like, you get grand, which is fine. You should get grand at the end of a JRPG, but the pacing is really weird. It's just like you're stumbling over yourself, and then we're here, and then we're there, and we make leaps and bounds, and then we spend 3 hours in the dungeon where nothing happens, and it's just all over the place. They tried to do a lot. It was a very ambitious project, and they had enough content for 3 games from an art design perspective, which is why we got 2 sequels for that game. It's not a perfect game. It's not a perfect game, but yeah, I do agree. Snow is like, and that's why Lightning isn't a great character, even though she's the main character. I still think Yuna is a much stronger female character. Finish with patrol. Anything to report? Yeah, we killed some Vanu. Maybe it was too much to hope for a day without a skirmish. At least we can take solace in the fact that Halone has blessed us with a mighty ally. I mean, you say that, but I'm playing as a healer right now, and actually it was a little bit rough. Except in your recent clashes with the Vanu, it cannot have escaped your notice that things here are rather peaceful, to the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we have yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. That is why, as far as everyone is concerned, Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the vaunted Protector, is in a perpetual state of needing repairs. So even were the Holy See to come under Dravanian attack, we would be unable to fly to their aid. Simply put, Mistress Melchior, this is where ambition comes to die. If you haven't aspirations for advancement, you'll be right at home. However, I would like to think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy. If you'll indulge me, I would have you seek out the sentries and stoke their spying spirit. Alright, so we're going to do a filler quest. We're going to go psych people up. Korak says, you know what is really lacking in games these days? Side characters' lives. The vast majority of games just treat side characters as a tool to progress the main character story. My favorite JRPG of all time is Radiata Stories, did it perfectly. Radiata Stories is a great game. Very underrated. Everybody, how do I get over there? Oh, I have to walk around there. Okay. Radiata Stories gets very, very little credit when people hold Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross on such high esteem. And then you got this game that comes out. Now, granted, it wasn't 3DS. It was actually DS or DSi, I forget. But Radiata Stories definitely did the whole kind of time travel / like alternate reality or alternate dimension kind of thing incredibly well. Told a really nuanced story. I like that game quite a bit. How depending on what time or day it was, you could find every single NPC in the game being somewhere and doing something else. Yeah. Okay, we are going to psych him up. Yeah. Is it an attack? What should we do? What should we do? You had me fooled there for a moment, old girl. An amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you must realize how unsuited I am for the monotony of mere sentry duty. But still you tempt me with the promise of excitement. Now this won't do. This won't do at all. Lady Laniette will give me a grand mission as befits my station. Oh, you sweet summer child. You go, Amandine. By the way, did you see that people have been recently data mining Radiata Stories and found out that we didn't even get half of the full intended game? There's been locational cutscenes found out that would have changed the entire plot. Really? No, I was not aware of that. To be fair, I never even finished the game. I had picked it up before I went on a big trip back in 2011. I feel like it was 2011. Sounds right. Feels right. Feels right. That's when I went to New Mexico for a big event. And so I was like, okay, I want a game that I can play, you know, laying in the hotel room at night or on the airplane. So I picked it up, and I don't remember a lot from the trip, but I remember that game quite a bit. But then when the trip was over, it was one of those things where I didn't play my DS a lot when I wasn't traveling. So it just kind of went to the side, but it's a great game. It's a great game. Seems like the devs were overly ambitious. Dude, that happens so much. I mean, I work for a software company in real life. That also happens with real software. So sometimes you bite off more than you can chew. You know, it's easy to sit down at a table and make plans and then have the art team make those plans. But then when it comes time to actually code things, you get lost in the weeds. People don't realize how much time goes into every cutscene, every animation that needs to be made, every, you know, like the actual, the guts of it, and then QA testing of it, bug fixing of that just takes a huge amount of time. So it's a rare sight when you hear a story of a developer that largely the entire original vision was put to press. And usually you only see that in the world of like your rock stars where, yeah, they spent 7 years working on Red Dead Redemption 2 because they're fucking Rockstar. They can. They've got infinite money. They have the pedigree to do it. You know, they can make the game that they want to make. But a smaller studio making a game like Radiata Stories, that does not surprise me at all. Just get more staff for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just buy more people, right? If you throw more people at the problem, I'm sure it'll fix it. Is there anything fluffier than a cloud? All right, psych you up. Can I spell psych? Oh, what? What is it? Is it the Horde? Oh, by the Fury, whatever possessed you to do that? I'm awake, worry not. After the shock you just gave me, I doubt I'll sleep for a fortnight. All I did was psych you up, man. Like, calm down. I'm still sad we won't get the full graphical update come release. Yeah, but I think I think what we're getting is still phenomenal. And also, the 14 team has a track record, largely. I'm not going to say for everything, but largely, if they start a thing, they finish a thing. So kind of like how they, you know, the adding duty support for all the old content, it took them like what? The better part of an expansion, almost an expansion and a half, all told, when you consider the cleanup of ARR quests that they did. So, but they consistently did it. So I imagine it's going to be the same thing. Dawntrail, every patch we get, there's going to be a whole section that's like, oh, by the way, this, and this was added. We went back to these old zones, did this, and you know, all the other stuff that they're going to add. I'm holding out for that. But the stuff that we do get from the benchmark was already gorgeous. So I'm already so excited. I'm so happy. Of course, the game will look great for what little we actually get in the older content. Just be able to see some of the old textures next to the new. Yeah. Honestly, being a WoW head from back in the day, you know, because WoW's got that problem where you get, you know, there's gear from 2004 next to gear from 2024, and it does not look great. So we're gonna have that to some extent. But things like the new lighting engine, I'm assuming that's going to impact everywhere. So yeah, for example, this zone, while this zone will still have, there's no way they're touching this zone, right? So Sea of Clouds, all these textures are going to be the same. But you're going to have aliasing. You're going to have the enhanced effects from the lighting engine. You're going to have the new character models. So it's still going to, those alone, yes, the textures will be muddy, but everything else is going to look a lot better. I am very excited to see it. Oh yeah, the game will look great for what little we actually get in older content. Yeah. I hate not being able to fly. Can I run up this? I can. It has been a decade since I've done this quest. Many thanks, Mistress Melchior. Yeah. Take the gold. By the way, thanks for stopping by. I want to say hi, Korak. Malcolm wants us to take an extended break to drink and stretch. How wholesome. Thank you, Malcolm. You are a delight. How are you doing this evening? I was just chatting with somebody on YouTube because I'm cross-streaming from Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I hope you're doing well, though. Malcolm is one of our friends who likes to swoop into anybody's stream and make them stretch and take care of themselves because he is a wonderful human being. Malcolm says, popping in to lurk and redeem stretch. Hope it all is going well. Malcolm, I know it's your job, and it's a job you do well. I'm all about it. I appreciate you, sir. You are a gentleman and a scholar. A gentle dragon and a scholar is what I will say. Yeah, keeps us healthy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not at Skittles level yet. I'm not having people make me do no 100 jumping jacks. That would be obnoxious. And you guys would see the thigh highs that I'm wearing, and that would be embarrassing, so. Okay, before we start this quest, I am going to take just a really quick stretch break, maybe a minute or two, and I'm going to make another drink, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. Yeah, be right back. Okay, we back. Another old fashioned. My tongue has that like slight numbness. I'm definitely a lightweight, which is a nice thing to be. Allows me to spend good money on good bourbon and not have to drink a lot of it to feel a buzz. Malcolm says, oh no, not the thigh highs. Don't tease us with thigh highs, Corey. They better exist. They don't. They don't. Not yet, at least. Korak says, I'm still mad that name changes are $10. That's fair. I think that's very fair. I think that it should be cheaper to change your name. Like, I understand they want to keep people locked to their names so trolls and other assholes don't get away with their shit, but I gave my character a race lore accurate name, so if I were true to Fantasia, it'd be a little bit weird. Exactly. 100%. That's my weirdest thing too, is I have, oh, dude, you're like mind, because I feel very strongly about the internal canon of who my character is. So even when I do Fantasia, I do enjoy Fantasiaing a little bit because I like a lot of the models. I have an appreciation for most of the models. I always end up back on the original character because the name is who that character was, and I've already seen so many cutscenes with that model, and I just can't, it just isn't real if they're not who they are. And if I had used a race appropriate name, which for those of you watching who aren't aware, Final Fantasy XIV has actually very strict racial, culturally, so different cultures have different kind of rules, but there is canonical naming structures to your character. So if you're being really true to the world, you know, so like for example, a lot of Lalafels, I forget if it's Dustwhite or Plainsfolk, or not Dustwhite, Dustfolk or Plainsfolk. They do like rhyming names, so it's like Falala, Lalafa, you know, like it's stuff like that, and you'll see that in the game. So anyways, yeah, sorry to go on a little bit of a tangent there, but I completely agree. If I had a race appropriate Dustwhite name, I would feel very weird Fantasiaing, but I wouldn't want to spend $10 to also change my character's name just for the time that I Fantasiaed. 100%. Skittle says, look, some of us just get cold. Yeah, relating to the thigh highs. Just grow more hair like me. Korak says, I have Fantasiaed a few times myself in the sense I've race changed before, but deleted the character. Right, okay, so Fantasia with quotes, gotcha. No, 100%. I mean, that's why I created this character. I wanted to redo the story, and everybody's like, well, just do New Game Plus. You spend so much time going through the story and like unlocking content, and doing the raids and getting the gear and doing all the glamour. Just do New Game Plus. But I was like, it doesn't make sense for me to do new, it just feels weird. And I'm like, if I'm doing it again, it needs to be a new character. That old character already did that story. So I need to do a new character with a new name and a new face and a new, yeah, 100%. Cheers to that, 100%. By the way, everybody on Twitch, I'm sorry that you can't see Korak's messages. Twitch does not allow you to show YouTube messages. So if you stream and Twitch is one of the destinations, you can only show the Twitch stream. So I do apologize about that. But we are having a conversation with a YouTube friend as well. So just letting you guys know. Korak says, I started off as a default Suncat girl as I fell in love with her design, but got tired of her every single shirt became an open bra shirt or every pants became a skirt. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Skittle, who's in the Twitch chat, she plays as a Makote, and I think she would feel very similarly. She's very, very much Tom girl or tomboy girl cat vibes, 100% for her character. All right, so next quest. If Lord Emmanuel is going to demand a more dangerous duty, then I expect Lady Lania will want to accompany him. May as well go speak to them. Okay. Yeah, so like my original character was an Aura female, a dark-skinned one. Zane? Oh, Zane? I again, one of those words. Oh, I'm not going to remember. Regardless, the dark scales, and then she had dark blue skin, and yeah, so much of them are like, all of their poses are very like feminine stuff. But I was like, no, I am a tank. I am manly girl. I am strong. Do not give me dress. Give me armor. So 100%. Zayla, thank you. Phoenicia, thank you. I'm sorry. It is my birthday and we're drinking old fashions tonight and my brain is a little bit foggy. Then I became a Lalafell as I loved their lore of pure evil, but got annoyed that every emote was that of a 5-year-old, so it was very immersion breaking whenever my Lalafell had a temper tantrum or big teary eyes. Venetia 7600 Dragoon, congratulations. When I checked, you were like 70, so already 6 levels. You're making some progress tonight, it sounds like. Or I'm misremembering. One or the other, Venetia. Don't call me on it. I've only had one drink. I am okay. I'm not drunk. Correct. By the way, that's the only reason I wouldn't play a Lalafell, is that exact reason. I think that they are cool. I think that they are cute. I am not above being cute. I think they're cute. I was just, before you joined, I was going nuts for Tataru, and I love Tataru. But there are certain scenes that I won't spoil for people who haven't gone through the story, but there are certain cutscenes where your character gets physical, not sex, although that might be implied in some scenes. But no, there are scenes where your character is physically fighting with people, and the Reddit posts from those scenes talking about somebody's little Lalafell white mage getting into fisticuffs with people is just so immersion breaking, and they're showing pictures of it, and I think it's funny. But I have such strong ties to the canonical, like, who my character is in this world, and I just can't do it. So I agree with you completely. Yep. Venetia says start at 72 on Friday. Nice. Okay, so you're just making progress. 72 to 76 is pretty good, though, in one day. Mr. Smelchior, Lord Emmanuel is just informing that a mere sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for this epiphany. Well, there's nothing for it but to give him something more demanding then. Can I count on you to keep him safe? I suppose so. Excellent. We are in constant need of fresh water in Camp Cloudtop, as there are no underground sources we can tap with wells. However, there is a unique variety of crystal we have recently discovered which may enable us to obtain water through other means. These spring crystals can be found all over Vur Sian Siran, to the east of here. You may have to contend with feral beasts, of course, the pales in comparison to keeping young lord entertained. Yep, got it. Alright, come on, Emmanuel. We're gonna make you a real man. We're gonna get you some water. Just get some water. A vital mission, on the success of which the very survival of Camp Cloudtop rests, the procurement of potable water. Or we can say, go and fetch a spring crystal for the floating lakes to the east, with me. Or we can say, ... Again, my brain wants chaos, but we are not Squall. We are not going to say ... We're going to say a vital mission. We are going to, I want to fill poor Emmanuel's brain with hopes of grandeur and high fantasy. I want him to think that he is a hero worthy of being in legend. Finally, it's about time she entrusted me with a mission of real import. Right then, let's go. Venetia says, as a Midlander lady from Gridania, I felt I had to represent Gridanius in certain events. That's fair. Correct says, then settled on Aura from ARR to Stormblood and loved him to death. He was who I was. Yes, he was who I was. If you're playing this game and you don't feel that, you need to recreate your character, or you need to Fantasia. You should, he was who I was, or she is who I was. Like you, yes, oh, that's so good. That's a yes. But use my ARR Fantasia into a hewer for Shadowbringers to Endwalker, as I randomly fell out of love with him. Also fair and allowed. Just couldn't see myself in him anymore and couldn't be bothered redoing all the ARRs to Stormblood again. Yeah, I mean, my canon is just, I finished Endwalker on my Aura. That was the character I had played her all the way since ARR beta, really. And I played a Highlander that I then switched when Heavensward came out, but it was the same character, right? It was the same character. And so I was like, okay, well, I want to redo the story. I don't want to do New Game Plus, but also it feels weird to continue this story with my aura. So I started this character. I do like the Duskwights. I love Myth. I love the lightning bolt blue with the blue eyes. Like, I love her aesthetic. I love this character. I have tried doing other looks. I've tried other Fantasias. I did the benchmark. I was like, maybe I should change race for Dawntrail. And I was just like, no, this feels right. And even though I'm replaying the same quest lines, I'm still playing it from the point of view that she is kind of going through the motions for these, but Dawntrail is the start of Myth's like true story. So I feel that 100%. Korak says, and the running animation of male aura is a real mixed bag. You must not have been here. I literally said that like 30 minutes ago. I was like, I cannot do male aura. Like when you're running around for an hour, you tend to forget about their animation as you're just too busy looking at other things. Yeah, no, 100%. Distracting as hell. Just like, sorry, but they do this really exaggerated fucking run. I think male Catboys also do it. I think male Makote also have an exaggerated run, but they're also relatively rare these days. They were less rare back at launch, but Aura and especially Bun Boys. So many Catboys became Bun Boys because Bun Boys are pretty phenomenal. Venetia says, I made a female Makote Ardbert to replay ARR with at min eye level and silenced echo for certain duties. For the record, Mira Hertz. I like the idea of Ardbert. Won't go into details of who Ardbert is, but I like that head canon. I like it a lot. So this is the Vur Sian Saran of legend, and Neria Vanu in sight. How disappointing. I could do with some sport. I know. Why don't you and I make it a competition? Whoever finds the superior specimen wins. Honorary shall judge our entries on size, purity, and say, aesthetic sensibilities. Let us begin at once. Oh, Amanda Hain, you poor sweet summer child. Bun Boys are the ultimate trap. Their male and female models are so similar that I sometimes get them mixed up. Venetia says, I play the name game well. What are you referring to? Or are you just talking about hinting at a thing to imply something? Because if so, then yes, without spoiling. Completely agree. Correct says, also never forget that Viera don't have tails. They're just heroes with rabbit ears. Yes. And a disturbing lack of headpieces. I told myself I was only doing MSQ, but here I am doing my hunt log. I have a problem. I don't know how to quit you. Okay. Luckily, we only need to kill 2 of those. All right. So we are looking for Spring Crystal. I actually have a fever dream memory of this quest and having trouble finding these, but I immediately found them here. I really want to play as a male Viera, but the knowledge that I don't have a tail will always bother me when I play one. I mean, fair. I think they are one of the best models. I really like male Viera. I really do. I considered playing one, but I prefer Dust White females. All right, this one's not good. Yeah, I've got like a fever dream memory of this quest being just a pain in the ass. And it does have a huge zone. Now, Korak, you're saying 100% you can tell they put most of their creative skills in the VR. That is true. However, I do think Femroths look really good. I think female Hrothgar have a couple of looks that are very, very cool. Again, not being able to see many of their animations, I'm not sold on it. So much of my enjoyment of a character does come down to animation. And it's like little things too. So like if their walk animation is great, but their run animation isn't great, I can't do it, you know? But the color of the fur that you can do, the different markings, I think they're gorgeous, gorgeous models. They outdid themselves with female Hrothgar. I cannot find a fucking, is it going to be near this? Yes, there's one here. Heavensward I disliked a lot because of the zones. By Stormblood, they did a better job of sectioning off big zones and small quest zones. Yes, I do agree with that. That being said, outside of the Ruby Sea is really good. Yangsha's really good. I'm not a fan of Garabania, or the locks. Although the locks have the underwater bits in the salt lake are really fucking cool. But in general, I feel like the Heavensward zones are more high concept. Like an artist really had an idea and went for something. To where Stormblood zones are very grounded in reality, which makes sense for the theming of the expansion. It's a very grounded, military-themed expansion, so it makes sense. So it's hard to compare them. But from a gameplay and a quest design, you are 100% correct. The quest design of Heavensward zones is god-awful. Finally. All right. I would love to see how much the race census will change come female Hrothgar. Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's an element to it. There's the whole, like, you know, the quote-unquote furry community, which is just a weird thing to hang your hat on in a game where you can play a bunny girl or a cat girl or an elf or a dragon boy. Like, there's so many options, but you're just like, well, I'm not going to do the one. Yeah, it's just weird. So I don't see we'll see something akin to, like in WoW, when Blood Elves came out, they just like, the horde numbers were like 50% Blood Elf on any servers that came out after Blood Elf came out. I don't think we're going to see something like that, but I will be very surprised to see the number, because I think that that race looks incredible in game. Oh, here's my entry. Venetia says, questing per expansion ranking, ARR, and what? I'm already going to disagree with you. Questing in ARR is garbage. I am not a fan of ARR questing at all. But also, it depends what you're talking about. So like ARR questing is rough because there's so little voice acting. There's a lot of schizophrenic story beats. Every 5 or 6 levels, you're doing something wildly different, which expands the world, but it lacks some cohesion in storytelling. The story is good. I love the AR story, but the execution, I wouldn't put it above Endwalker. Endwalker's storytelling, the last zone of Endwalker and how the song that plays in that last zone literally evolves and changes with the emotional beats of the zone, that alone puts in, like, Endwalker's got to be number 1. Endwalker is literally a piece of artwork in questing, like, bar none. It's got some weak points. I wouldn't say it's 10 out of 10, but it's like 9.5 out of 10. I think Labyrinthos is the weakest zone in Endwalker from a questing perspective. Shadowbring is very strong as well, though. I agree with that. Stormblood, and then I would still put I'd put Heavensward last behind ARR in quest design. Korak says, I mean, when Malevira came out, it butchered Catboy. Oh yes, 100%. I do agree with you there. Korak says 70% of AR is MSQ or fetch quests. True. Venetia says going to quest to quest felt fast because AR zones are so small. That is true. That is true. I will give you that. They're very, things are kind of relatively condensed. Relatively. When you go to Little Alamigo, you go to Little Alamigo, you do the quest around Little Alamigo, then you leave Little Alamigo. You do then teleport across the world to go to the next zone for the next series of quests, but I do agree with you there. All right, yeah, we're just going to click through this because, okay. We have a quest with a picture, which for those of you who may not be aware, that means important quest, especially if it's a yellow quest, but extra, especially if it's an MSQ. I like frenetic feelings. I feel you, Venetia. I mean, hey, again, like I said earlier, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I am not going to argue anybody's opinion, so I will just state mine. Lord Amanayane has been gone for an awfully long time. Did you perchance see him when you were searching for your crystal? Even he must have realized the dangers of wandering too far in such a place. Mayhap I'm worrying about nothing, but I must ask that you assist me in looking for him, Mistress Melchior. We shall find him more quickly if we split up. Pray search the southeastern area. Yep. So we made a mistake by bringing our rich dancer boy out into a mission with real bad guys. And he's going to get himself into trouble, and we got to get him out of trouble. But luckily, that's what we do. We're the Warrior of Light. But yeah, I think it'll be very interested to see, like, in 2 years' time, right? When the expansion after Dawntrail is starting to come out, I'd be interested in seeing how much of the population is female Hrothgar because of how incredible those models are. I'd also be interested in seeing how much Femro, Male Row, and there's a few others the Dawntrail graphical improvements make more playable. I think Male Row, there'll be more Male Row good at 100%. So I'd be interested in seeing where that's going to be in 2 years. We found no sign of him. Venetia says, I feel like Heavensward from their development. They knew how to present the MSQ and cutscenes better. However, they didn't know what to do with the big zones they made. Yeah, I'd agree with that. They are big zones that are pretty, right? Like this is pretty, but they don't use the space very well. I would completely agree with that. To be fair though, this is also the expansion that they introduced the flying in. So they were designing these zones for flying, and just like anything you do, why are you leaving? Why are you leaving? What in the, okay, we just like am I at the perfect range for you to, yeah, okay. Get out of here, Paisa. Get out of here. I think so. I think some zones are better than others in Heavensward, but in general, yes, the quest design is very muddy. What is it the Forelands that's got the Nath? I think that zone's great from a questing perspective, but that's the only Heavensward zone that's great. All the rest of them are very not super well designed. High concept, poor execution. Not really their fault. They learned from those mistakes. They had my lord surrounded. A whole gang of them. Please, you must come quickly. There's also a lot of players that get to Heavensward and stop playing, not because of the story, but because of the zones. I think if it was more story focused and less of a slog to get around everywhere, I think that the story would hit better. It's where, like, for example, Shadowbringers does a really good job of that. Shadowbringers introduces zone after zone with really important storyline beats, with really good hub cities, and everything has a really great forward momentum all the time in Shadowbringers. They definitely learned their lesson after Stormblood, and especially Heavensward. The Vanu must have taken him to that village, mayhap to present to their chieftain. I'll make haste to the Rose House and tell Lady Laniette what has happened. Yet by the time I return with aid, it may already be too late. Forgive me for asking, Mistress Melchior, but should you spy an opportunity to sneak past the sentries and rescue Lord Emmanuel in my absence, I beg you to take it. I know he can be a trifle presumptuous and insensitive and, well, insufferable, but he doesn't deserve this. You know, and the funny thing is I love Emmanuel. Like, later expansions, yes, he stays a lovable goofball that's just not really super competent, but he is still a lovable goofball. He's a goober and I love him. He's a good character. I like Emmanuel a lot. Venetia says, I really wish solo leveling was more possible. I think that's fair, but it's easier to solo level now than it's ever been before. Being able to use duty support for so much, like, if you're somebody who wants to treat this like a single player game, you largely can. You just start running out of content when you get to your 4th or 5th class. Bring back battle leaves? I actually low-key agree with you. I played 1.0, and 1.0 is not a great experience, but I came into this game like leave quests are important. And even to this day, if you look, I only have 30 allowances. I use my leaves. I do leaves. So, like, I will fight anybody. I would agree, bring them back. Craig says, honestly, you know what I think is the number one way to write a power system in one's world? Sure, how? I should not be doing this on Astrologian, but I want to get to level 52. It's just the questing is so boring. Just use 2 abilities. I could be giving myself a card, but then how can I drink? I can't drink and give myself a card at the same time. Venetia says, no, queue times just get bad at times, and I'd rather just be actively doing something other than a pitiful yellow side quest for 3% of experience bar. I mean, if you're high enough level, you could level with trusts. Work on your trust dungeons. If you're leveling as DPS, even though the trusts are slower with NPCs, when you consider the lack of a queue time, you probably end up making time. By the Fury, you're not going to eat me, are you? That's not what you do to prisoners, is it? Myth, I'm over here. Netherlings come to free the prisoner. Spread word like thunder and cast them into Cloudsea. Korak says, the number one way to write a power system in one's world, give it drastic ranks. A show don't tell system where the viewer reader can instantly tell the difference in them, like Bleach and their Zanpakuto, Shikai, and Benkai. I mean, I don't know. I know what Bleach is, but I've never watched Bleach, so I don't get the exact reference, but I understand. My biggest mentor when I was in theater and we were doing script writing, because that was my focus, is make strong choices. And that has carried me through in all of my creative endeavors, whether it's storytelling, writing scripts, writing stories, or just like game design, is just strong choices. So if you're going to make the character and the player do something, make it impactful. Err on the side of something huge and cool that feels great, even if it's less balanced, than something that is maybe numerically sound, but less exciting. Something that is exciting and short is better than something that is boring and lengthy, is what I always say. Venetia says, why mini-map and big map at the same time? Good question. It's because you have so little control over your big map. And by big map, I mean standard mini-map, is I guess what I would say. To where you're... Oh my god, why is there... I'm not paying enough attention to this quest. And maybe you could help me. You could help. I'm a healer. Like, slap them or something, my man. Like, come on, my dude. Like, I am not... Ugh. Are you coming? No, you are not. Help has arrived, Myth. Yes, Harshavant of the Silver Fuller. I love you, Harshavant. Oh, are we supposed to just be up here? Okay, they say to escape the stronghold, so we're gonna keep escaping. I'm paying too much attention to chat and okay. One Punch Man's hero rank system: C rank, B rank, A rank. Okay. I think we're on the same page there, Korak. So Venetia, so the reason I have this map here is because it's super flexible, and it's a quality of life thing for me. So, number one, I can move it around. I can zoom all the way in and zoom all the way out on a whim to find whatever it is that I'm looking for. And then you can teleport to anything on the map by actually clicking on it. So if I want to go back to our Aetheryte, I could click on it. I mean, we're in the middle of a quest right now, so I can't, but you know what I mean. You can click into the next area quickly. So if I wanted to go back to Ishgard, like I could just click on this Aetheryte right here and it would teleport me to it. And then if you click map twice, it recenters on where your location is. So it's just something I've grown accustomed to. Personally, I wish that they would enhance the mini-map and I wouldn't use both. If they enhance the mini-map UI element to do all of the things that this one does, then I would be happy with it. But neither here nor there. That's the reason why, though, to answer your question.
Reinforcements? Anger of Honu, chief of mighty Vundo, roils like blackest storm clouds. Offer netherlings to the white. Cloud sea swells and he comes.
I forgot, do we see Bismarck here? I think we do. Again, fever dream memories of this. It has been a decade since I played through this. So epic. Again, for as poor as the quest design is, the cutscenes are so much more cinematic.
Mighty Bismarck, Lord of the Mists! A flying whale? By the Fury, it's a primal. We must away.
I agree, Harshavant. I agree. Give me some quest experience so I can switch my class.
Damn!
And then we're saved by Sid, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Bloody typical. All right, we're going in.
Aye, aye, Chief.
Bloody typical.
All aboard!
Sure is a good thing that the Vanu Vanu are just saying they're dancing instead of attacking us. Oh, Chiffon, my heart. I love that man. He's our best bully. Had to do a superhero landing on the airship. This whole quest line is very droll, but this ending is very cinematic. And then we don't get payoff for like 7 levels. So it's very frustrating. The gods only know what happened. The gods only know what might have happened had we not been around to save you. No need for thanks, though. It's not as if you haven't done the same for us on a few previous occasions. All right, more than a few. So it was but blind chance that brought us together this time, in case you were wondering. The Holy See had petitioned the Ironworks for assistance with this creation of theirs, the Protector. Apparently, it just can't seem to get her flying. Anyway, I came to Camp Cloudtop to cast an eye over the ship, only to learn that you had arrived some few days before with an Ishgardian lordling. Oh my god. Small world, I thought. Just as said lordling's manservant skittered into view, babbling about his master having been captured and you risking all to rescue him. And the rest, as you say, is history. Right, well, I hate to cut short our reunion, but I am here on business after all, and the boys are already hard at work. Don't worry, old friend. We'll speak again soon, I promise. Alright, thanks. Bye, Sid. Alright, we're gonna go to Western Kurthus now. We're leaving. We did these quests. We're done. Okay, now we can, and thank the Lord we leveled up, we can switch to Dark Knight. Okay. Korak says, where the level of destruction, healing, or otherwise be night and day of each other, like Shikais and Bleach can level towns, but Bankais can level cities. There's no in between. In One Punch Man, C-rank heroes are your everyday person just looking to earn a quick buck. B-rank are heroes that have earned a name for themselves by saving countless lives. A-rank are people who have tackled threats that the army themselves can't handle, and S-rank heroes are metahumans who in themselves are a threat to the world. I would agree with that. Again, strong choices. If you don't make strong choices, then you've got a situation like Marvel that for the largest time is just like every superhero is kind of ambiguous. And now granted, I know they've gotten better over the years and there are some writers that care more about establishing power levels and things of that nature, but I would agree with that. Lord Amaniane appears rather pleased with himself. Very well, I admit it. It was an incredibly harrowing experience. I could very well have died, you know. Me. Dead. On the other hand, by risking life and limb in the line of duty, I did succeed in uncovering the existence of a new primal. And that old girl is no small feat. I have made a historic discovery. A fact even Lady Lanayette will have no choice but to acknowledge. Yes, I am rather looking forward to basking in the sunshine of her praise. Speaking of which, isn't it time we made our triumphant return? Okay. Let's make it quick, though. I want to leave the Sea of Clouds. I don't like this zone. Actually, Kurthus Western Highlands is also a good zone. I forgot that I like that zone. So there are 2 good zones in Heavensward. The rest of them are meh. They aren't terrible, but they're meh. Korak says, yeah, too many stories are like anyone and everyone can learn powerful magic, or anyone and everyone is metahuman, where the only time the story acknowledges the power system is when it's the main character and the main villain. Yeah, I would agree. Now, don't get me wrong, you can tell a story where everybody is super powerful, but it's a different kind of story. And if it's not told correctly, it could be a very boring story because nothing is exciting. When everything is exciting, nothing is exciting. To where when you have a world that is very low fantasy, very gritty, very low power level, and then you introduce a meta powerful character to it, that character, it's like they become a black hole of attention in your script or in your story that you're writing or in the game that you're making. They just naturally draw attention because they are so dramatically different than the things around them. It's a storytelling trick. Like, it's basically a trope you can use as a shortcut to establish a character being strong. Within reason. You have like your Sephiroth, for example, in Final Fantasy VII, who is just an all-powerful badass largely because reasons, and then Nomura kind of handwaves a lot of it. It's just like Genova stuff. Praise Helone. I feared the worst. What happened out there? A primal? Are you sure? Yeah, now that I think on it, this Bismarck is reminiscent of the white whale of Vanu legend, a massive creature said to swim in the sea of clouds. From what I've learned of comparable summonings, the presence of the Vanu's god would certainly explain the sudden change in their behavior towards the people of Camp Cloudtop. Ah, you mean to say that they have fallen under the primal's influence? I recall reading such things in the documents provided by Master Alphino. Look guys, we just got here like an hour ago. How have you already read books? Aren't we forgetting something important, Lady Laniette? A little recognition for the hero of the hour? A few choice expressions of gratitude, respect, admiration, and so on? Why, yes, you are right, of course. Mistress Melchior deserves all that and more for having risked her life to rescue such an esteemed personage. Well, if there's naught else to discuss, I would depart for Ishgard forthwith. The Holy See and the Temple Knights must be informed of this new threat without delay. But of course, Mistress Melchior, you have done more than enough here. Pray return to Ishgard with Lord Haurchefant and give my warmest regards to the Count. So that's it then? No more forays into enemy territory? Very well. I can see my services are no longer needed. Take care, Lady Laniette. May our next meeting take place under more felicitous circumstances. I like that they're all just like, well, you know, he is who he is. It's who he's gonna be. All's well that ends well, eh? To the airship landing, then. We can speak more on the journey home. So as an example there, like I didn't have to click on my teleport button and then find what I was teleporting to. And actually, I should have just teleported back to Ishgard. That is why mini-map and big map. Ooh. I've got a Dark Knight quest to do, but I can wait on it. It's not going to unlock anything, I don't think. We want to do Last Vigil. I want to keep rolling with main story quests, at least until we get to the journey with Iceheart and Estinian. Welcome, Mistress Melchior. Shall I show you inside the manor? I think we have to do both of these side quest chains, and then that main quest kind of starts, if I remember correctly. Let us begin anew, Mistress Melchior. I am Sir Arturiel de Forton, eldest son of Count Edmond de Forton. You will forgive my outburst, I hope. I meant no disrespect. I merely consider myself equal to the duties entrusted to me, unlike some. Haurchefant has spoken of you often. If you are even half the woman half the woman he claims. I shall be glad to have you at my side. To the matter at hand, then. We will be assisting my esteemed compatriots of House Durandare and Cyrano. You are aware of our friendly rivalry, I take it? Aye, well, suffice it to say, the prospect of assisting said houses does not fill me with joy. However, it is the will of the Holy See that we set aside our differences at this crucial juncture. But we shall speak more of that anon. First, we must needs secure transport to Falcon's Nest. Let us make for the Chocobo stables and foundation. There's actually, where does Harshavant want to talk? It's over there. I don't remember if we can jump down here. We're going to try. Now. Oh, yes! It worked. Excellent. Perfect. Suicide. All right. Ishgard is such a vibe. I confess, I've always been rather fond of airship travel, the chill of the wind upon your face, the warmth of the blood pumping in your veins from excitement. I find the whole experience indescribably invigorating. Or mayhap it is simply the joy of having cheated death yet again. In any event, I must make for the congregation and inform Sir Aymeric of all that has occurred. Emaniane should have returned to the manor by now. Why not go and see if he's recovered from his ordeal? Alright, so we should have done this first. It's fine. We're going to go wrap up that quest before we start the new one. Yes, let me in. Let me in. Oh, it's you, Myth. Ah, gods. Did you have to strike me so hard? Father, he did not approve of how I handled matters in Camp Cloudtop. How I endangered the lives of others through my own recklessness and incompetence. It's not easy playing the hero, is it? Oh. Myth's like, get up, man. Stop doing this. Although, to be fair, I do not approve of our good Count for apparently hitting his son. Do not hit your son. Even when he deserves it. He's being a goober. But goobers do not deserve being hit. Alright. Now we go to Falcon's Nest. I want to do that blue quest so bad, but it just unlocks leaves, and I'm not working on crafting right now. Still so hard to turn off that anxiety of blue quest mark. You have to do the blue. You have to. Pardon, got in queue. I just wonder why you have the mini map on the same.
Time for stretchy.
Thank you, Malcolm, for this stretch. Venetia, you is it Venetia? I've been saying Venetia, but I think it's Venetia. Why not turn off the mini-map? Yeah, I actually explained. You must have been in queue because I went on the whole diatribe about it. I was like, it's this and this and this and all these things. You're just gonna have to go watch the VOD. I'm not doing it again. No, I'm kidding. Let me get through this and then I'll discuss it. Will this be your first time riding a black chocobo? Oh yeah, Black Chocobo. They're giving us a black chocobo in this quest line. They're going to teach us how to unlock flying. Okay, so I do agree with you with turning off the minimap. Oh, for both of the same, I keep them at different levels. So the true minimap is useful. He's going to start talking. Basically, like when I'm doing a quest, and sometimes it's hard to find exactly where I'm looking. That's all it is.
Once verdant tracts, made pallid by the calamity.
I do like this zone quite a bit. It's very bleak,
Beyond
but it's a good
the
zone.
towering wall of ice, to lands long forsaken, that the knights of Ishgard strove tirelessly to reclaim. To the hamlet of Falcon's Nest, once abandoned, now freed of its pall of snow and ash, she came.
So it's harder to see Venetia when I'm just doing main story quests. But when I'm regularly playing, it's nice to have something that's like smaller and closer to the details. And then I've got my wider map that's bigger that I can easily move around. And so I could be like, okay, I'm going in this direction. So I'll leave this one here and then I'll see my character like moving towards it. Or when I'm doing tribe quests, for example, so I've got like 6 quests active at once. I like seeing where the next quest is going to be at a glance, but seeing the details of it here. But I could see the argument for just turning off the minimap. It is the worst of the two. It also, the minimap also tells us the weather, which, yeah, if it's snowing, it's easy. But there are some weathers, if you're doing sightseeing logs or fishing, where it's a little bit ambiguous and seeing the exact icon of the weather is helpful. But that's about the only exception. The world looks quite different when viewed from the back of an airborne chocobo, does it not? I still find the experience strangely liberating. To business. Sir Redwald is in charge here. He should be expecting us. So I'm assuming we're going to get our aetheryte compass here shortly. It's been far too long, Lord Oratoro. And who might your companion be? Pray forgive our lateness, Sir Redwald. I present to you Myth Melchior, Ward of House Fortom. Ah, yes, of course. Lord Jolamont spoke of you. I, Sir Redwald of House Durandare, do bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest. We are both eager to contribute to the settlement's restoration. How may we be of service? Before we speak of that, would I be correct in assuming that Mistress Melchior is unfamiliar with our recent history? Then with your permission, I shall recount the tale for her benefit. Oh, good lord. What is this? As you may know, Falcon's Nest was once a hamlet with a small garrison of knights and some few villagers. And then came the calamity. When it became clear that the snow would not stop falling, we had no choice but to order a complete withdrawal. The settlement, and the entirety of the Western Highlands, were to be abandoned. Abandoned to the heretics. Lady Iceheart and her kind have walked these lands with impunity ever since. Aye, but no longer. The Holy See has commanded the reclamation of the Western Highlands and the expulsion of the heretical elements. Falcon's Nest is key to establishing these objectives, but as you can see, rebuilding the hamlet will be no small undertaking. Our craftsmen require support and protection. Any assistance you can offer will be greatly appreciated. As promised, we of House Fortom are at your disposal, Sir Redwald. You need only but tell us where to begin. Yay, more fetch quests and filler. Civil craftsmen in service of House Zamo are contributing to the restoration of Falcon's Nest. These men and women are quite skilled at building and repairing fortifications, but their progress has been hampered by the number of factors. Roth, their foreman, tells me that he has needs of a woman with your talents. Would you be as kind to speak with him? Yes. All right, we will talk to our Chocobo Keep. Oh, not up there. There it is. We do need to attune to the ether, right? Yes, I'm Roth, and who might you be? Ah, the promised help. Glad to have you aboard. I have the honor of overseeing this fine mess you see before you. Send me over on one of them blackbirds, same as you, to build and mend and tell others how to build and mend. But fury take me this ice. It's bloody unnatural how fast it forms. It's icicle sprites, I tell you. Mark my words, there are pockets of them here and there. Just wait for me to turn my back so they can sneak out and do their dirty work. So I need you to search the hamlet and put an end to it. If you stand watch long enough, you're sure to find them. All right. I'm gonna kill some sprites. Honestly, I had completely forgot about the story of this zone. I had forgot that there was basically recently reclaimed by Ishgard. One of the many benefits of replaying the story. Dark Knight is much more cool than Astrologian. Even if I like Astro, but... Won't be, no, they're upstairs. Not up there, so over this way, okay. Doing a stretch. Malcolm would be proud. I should summon my Chocobo. Good stretch. The best stretch. Oh no. My Chocobo kept on experience and I didn't realize it. Okay, after this quest, we need to go buy a Thavnarian onion so I can level up my Chocobo. Poor Fabula, she needs to level up. Dark Knight is so cool. I'm not a huge fan of this weapon. I'm just using the... It's the Poetics weapon from Mordona, but... I just love the animations of Dark Knight. They're very weighty. They do a good job of it. But I love all tanks. I am a tank man at heart. Okay, let me talk to the Aetheryte while we're here. Ha! Well, there's a woman who looks like she's found her marks. You're just the sort we need around here. The kind will hop to when she sees a task undone. Yep, give me the money. I want the gold. Show me the gold. You're a dab hand at Warcraft, I can tell. Not that I've any skill at arms to speak of mine, but it doesn't take an expert to recognize expertise. Be a waste to keep it to myself when there are others out there who need help, same as me. So if you're keen to keep on doing what you're doing, I'd ask you to head north to the Pike, the bloody huge statue out in the waste if you've ever been. Mason, by the name of Theramont, yeah, it's probably Theramont, is out there tending to the thing. Good man, Theramont, but I reckon he's taken on too much work for one. Might be there's something you can do for him. Alright, well, that's neat. But first, we need to go back to Ishgard. We have to buy our Thavnarian onion. We can let nothing go to waste. Jeweled crozier. So these usually go for like 100,000. Okay, I was losing my mind. I was like, I know there's a market board there. Ooh. 200,000. I'm not made out of gil, people. But okay. And then we're just going to teleport back. This new bourbon I bought for this drink is incredible. It's very smooth. It has no bite. All right. So for the cost of 200,000 gil, we were able to rank up Fabula. So we've got 13 SP. I think we do this one for 9 and this one for 4. All right. My inventory's getting full, so I'll need to go clean that up here shortly too, but we can do some more questing. This zone feels oppressively cold. They really nail just like how everything is covered in ice. The music and so good. Hail to you, traveler. What brings you out this way, Foreman Roths bid you assist me. Well, far be it from me to turn you down a helping hand. I've been tasked with the restoration of this sculpture. 5 years of neglect have not been kind, to say the least. Fortunately, I've just the thing for it. Rather, those deep eyes have it. If you could slay 3 and bring me their bristles, I'd be in your debt. So deep eyes, if I remember correctly, I think the first game they're from is Final Fantasy VI. I could be wrong, but... Really? You're literally going to do a drive-by shooting on all the monsters I need for my quest? Really? It's kind of rude. Yeah, I know for sure that they are in Final Fantasy VI. I just can't remember if they are in... I don't think they'd be in 4, but they might be in 5. 5 has a couple of weird zones with weird monsters. Help me out, Fabula. I don't want to do you, Fate. I just want to kill. Need 2 more deep eyes. Come on. That guy really did drive by and kill them all. Why? Why would you do that? Why are you still doing it? Stop. Fucking rude. I don't understand. Maybe he's farming something for crafting? The only thing I can think of. They do drop deep-eye tears, so maybe that would be a ingredient for alchemy. Still fucking rude. Not acceptable. All right. I killed the 3 things. Give me another quest. There you are. Have you bristles? Yep. Ah, feel how coarse that is? That's why they're perfect for scrubbing the soot from the statue. Beautiful, isn't it? Spitting image of Haldrath, first of the Azure Dragoons and one of Ishgard's founding fathers. A symbol of everything the Dravanians despise, which is why they've taken to searing it with the dragon fire every time they pass by. But no longer will we suffer this desecration of our nation's hero. Soon the statue will be as it once was, a proud shining testament to the determination of Ishgard, and a message to the heretics that we have returned. The work may be hard and the conditions harsh, but as a proud Ishgardian, I could ask for no greater honor. Give me the gold. Are you for Falcon's Nest? If so, I have a favor to ask. There's this knight, Sir Isidore, who's stationed at the anvil to the west of here. She's always treated me with kindness and respect. More than I deserve, to be honest. Anyway, while you were away, she came through on patrol, and I think she may have left a package behind. It's a bit of a detour, but would you mind returning it to her? My thanks to you, friend. Slow chocobo. Slow chocobo. Hopefully I can jump up here. I cannot. I have to go around. I'm a silly boy. Silly boy. What's that? A package? I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about. Confound it, that fool of a... what a waste. It was a gift, adventurer. Theramont labors day and night without regard for his own well-being. At the very least, he ought to try to eat better. Why not simply give it to him? Oh, by the Fury, have you no sense of decorum? Decorum. A highborn knight cannot be seen favoring a low-born mason in such a manner. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern as well as your willingness to assist Theramont. May your journey back to Falcon's Nest be safe and swift. Pray give my regards to Sir Redwood. Again, I've got a fever dream memory of her and these other characters, but I don't know how much of it is my brain, like, connecting the dots on things that it shouldn't be. It's cool to relive this stuff. you know, the individual zone stories. The greater meta story, I mean, obviously, I remember very clearly, but specifics, it's good. I could have just teleported back. I need to stop drinking old fashions. As I take another sip. I hope that this is a vibe for you guys hearing the music. Hopefully my reading of the words isn't too distracting. I must applaud your initiative, Mistress Melchior. Roth tells me you have been quite busy. Alas, we have not the time to thank you properly. I have a task to which I would commit all able-bodied men and women, you and Lord Artorial included. Give me the gold. Thank you, Skittle. It's better when I have characters with stronger accents that I can give. I'm not great at accents, but I do like to tickle my acting background sometimes to do voice work.
Time for stretchy, stretchy.
Thank you, Malcolm. It is time for our court-appointed stretch break. Thank you, sir. Calm as ever, even when you must surely sense the gravity of the situation. A veteran through and through, just as Lord Trulamont said. Good. We have lost contact with a reconnaissance party sent north to Riversmeet in search of the heretics' hideaway. Whether they were attacked or met with some other misfortune, we know not. But regardless of the cause, we must act quickly, for this is harsh, unforgiving land which can claim, and has claimed, the lives of many men. To ensure we find our missing knights as quickly as possible, I have assigned each party a different area to search. You and Lord Oratorial will be working together. Seek them out when you're ready to depart. Yeah, get that good stretch. Do the good stretch. I don't know why I'm talking like some sort of New York gremlin. Yeah, do the good stretch. But you know what I mean. It seems we've been assigned the area near Camp Riversmeet, Mistress Melchior. Lest you're unaware, the camp was one of our many knights we were forced to abandon when we withdrew from the Curthus Western Highlands, one of many sacrifices made in the wake of the calamity. It would not surprise me if our knights took shelter there, but there's but one way for us to find out. Let's be off. So I know that there's a duty in this zone. It's the level 51 dungeon. Ice Cloak. No, I'm thinking of Snow Cloak. I'm thinking of Snow Cloak, which is the Shiva dungeon in Curthus Central. What is this one called? But it's very similar. It's like that, or it's like far in the distance, but it's like the big fortress area. But I forget if we do that as a part of this intro mission or if we do that after the intro mission. I feel like it'll probably be after the intro mission, but again, my brain. And there she is, still killing these. Whatever, man. You do you, boo. You do you. By the way, for those of you who may notice, I make a point of I do not use battle music in this game. Some zones have decent battle music. And by zones, I mean like regions or areas or expansions, really. But in ARR, it's the regions. But I like the zone music more. And I feel like when you have the zone music keep getting interrupted by constant battle music, it really impacts your ability to really get the vibe of the zone. So that is one thing you can always expect from my streams. is we're always vibing. We're always entrenched in the atmosphere of the zone. It's very important to the enjoyment of this game for me. Yeah, Skittle. Yeah. It's huge. It makes a huge difference. It takes something that is like an almost calming, like Zen, relaxing, comfy experience. Even when you're in battle, I mean, yes, you hear the battle effects and you hear the monster and all that, but like, I don't know, it's just something different when the music changes so much. It's very jarring. Especially I watch some streamers where they use the mount music, they use the battle music, and so like they jump off their mount, you get 5 seconds of the zone music, then they get into battle, so you get the battle music, then the battle ends, so it goes back to the zone music, then they immediately jump on their mount, but it's a different mount. They use like the random mount, and every random mount has a different song associated with it, and it's just like sensory overload, and I get it. Especially if you're a streamer, I guess. Maybe that's more variety, I don't know, but for me, I like entrenching myself in the atmosphere of the game. And so that's one thing you'll never see me do. I don't use mount music and I don't use battle music. So anyways, there below us, Camp Rivers meet, or what remains of it. I see no way to descend the cliffs safely from here. Should we fall, the beast below would make short work of us. Come, I know a path to the riverbed below, east of the Black Iron Bridge. Skittle says, I think I took off mount music, but I don't know if I mess with battle music, unless they're connected. They are not. They are different. They are different settings. And don't get me wrong, the battle music's great. In particular, the Shadowbringers and the Endwalker battle musics are both incredible. But they detract from that atmospheric experience so much to me. But they are good. There's nothing wrong with doing it. It's just a different experience. If the reconnaissance party came this way, I see no sign of it. Still, it is possible the recent storms have obscured their trail, or that they took an alternate route to Camp Rivers meet. Until we investigate the camp itself, we cannot be certain. We must press on. Wait, are we supposed to? Okay, that's why. Let us here because we can go down here. Go down. Are you all right? I heard sense of a struggle. Thank the Fury. I thought no one would come. 3 heretics slain and 1 knight saved, just like that. You certainly live up to your reputation, Mr. Snellcure. What happened here, sir? Is there no one else? We were caught in a fierce blizzard north of here, and my lord, and not but all white around until we saw shapes moving towards us. Running towards us with naked steel in their hands. I cut down a few of the bastards that came close, but the others, well, they were shouting and screaming. After a while, I could only hear unfamiliar voices. I found my way to the camp, hoping to hide while the storm passed. But the heretics dragged you here. Aye. My lord, the heretic's hideaway lies somewhere to the north. We must move quickly before the snow buries all traces of their passing. For my brothers, we must. Have faith, sir. Justice will be done, but first we must see you to safety. I like this because we're building Arturel's character. Even though he's not a hugely important character, all of the members of House Fortom are important. So we're showing how much he cares about his people. All right, so we're meeting Lady Iceheart in this quest, which is good because this is going to lead into the main... This is the important story of Heavensward, is Iceheart and eventually Estinian. He has the right of it, Mistress Melchior. Whatever remains of the Heretic's trail will be gone with the next snowfall, but we cannot very well leave our friend here. I'll seam the Falcon's Nest and gather reinforcements. In the meantime, I would have you search the area to the north of the camp for signs of the attack. Should you pick up the Heretic's trail, do not wait for me. Follow it back to their lair forthwith, being sure to leave me some clear footprints. I realize that this plan may place you in considerable danger, but I see no alternative. It's fine. I'm the Warrior of Light. I am the slaughterer of bad guys. If they've got a yellow name, I kill it. Rest assured, we will not be far behind in myth. Thank you. It's my job to conveniently have to raid the enemy base all by themselves while somebody else goes and gets reinforcements. Like, that's just the name of the game. This is not my first rodeo. Ooh, this is a instant studio. Okay. Tracks continue to the north. That's another thing I do. If you notice the physics effects, I lock my frame rate to 60 FPS, which most people have these days have monitors that go above 60 FPS, but the physics break above 60 FPS. So you don't get the wind effects with the hair and with cloaks and stuff to the same way unless you are near 60 FPS. They're frame rate dependent. So I'm hoping that they fix that with Dawntrail, but I don't think they are, unfortunately. It's a weird thing. And it's also something most people don't notice until they see it. But also, I just have to say, especially coming from ARR, where it's a little bit more disjointed, the use of the motif, Soken and his sound team, where you've got the Heavensward main theme playing in the background here, but it's just a motif of it. It's not the full version of the theme. And it's ghostly and it's haunted in the background, and you've got the harp strings, but it feels as muted and suffocating as the environment feels with this heavy snowstorm. It's very purposeful sound design. That's why a lot of people really love the sound design in this game. It immerses you. Oh, you spineless heretic. You sweet summer child. I'm so sorry, but I am the Warrior of Light. I am the one who wins. Oh, don't you run away. Don't run away from me. It does not want me to attack him. It wants me to just follow him. I wonder what happens if I were to kill him before he gets to where he's going. Would the quest fail? I don't have time for you, Ice Trap. I have to kill this NPC. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have killed him. Do we have a quest marker at least? Okay, we do. Oh, I cannot mount. Okay, so we are... Okay. I shouldn't have killed him. I fucked up. Because this isn't the full version of the map. We are in an instanced version of the map, so I cannot mount, I cannot teleport, and I cannot see myself properly on the map. If I remember correctly, he runs in here. Nope, that's not a door. Okay. I found bad guys, and the music changed. Skills, like, I think you're right. You also have like a fever dream memory. You're like, I remember going into the house. Yeah, walking past this, I was like, I remember this, but it's not a comfortable feeling though. It's like, oh, I remember it. Like, again, some of these quests are a little rough. They get so much better with this stuff. Shadowbringers in particular has a couple of solo duties that are incredible. Isail.
Looking for me, I presume.
Such an important character.
Ah, the child who glimpsed the truth.
No, it cannot be.
She cameth unto me, as didst thou.
That's what she said.
Alike in gifts, yet set upon different paths.
He speaks true, warrior of light. Like you, I have been blessed with the echo. The visions terrified me at first. They came without warning. I wondered what I had done to deserve them. But I had no time to ponder such things once the calamity came. The land turned against us, and in a matter of hours, Falcon's Nest was buried under 10 fulms of ice and snow. We had no choice but to flee for Ishgard. We came to the wall. And while we searched for a way through, there was an avalanche. And then I was alone. So I set forth for Dravania. I knew full well what might happen where I found. But I could not survive on my own. I was found, of course. And not by a mere dragon, but by the great worm Hraesvelgr. And it was then that I knew why I had been given this gift. For with it I heard his voice and saw the truth through his eyes. I was chosen to deliver this revelation to the people, to bring dragon and man together as they once were and should ever be.
Killing civilians won't bring them together? Or what of the innocents who died when you attacked Foundation? The second one. The first one is more condemning. They're both condemning, but the first one is like, hey, fuck you. You're wrong. Where the second one is asking her to explain her reasoning, which is a much more fair approach. That's what Myth would say.
It wasn't supposed to be like that. You have to believe me. It was beyond my control. Children taught to fear the skies, who saw their loved ones slaughtered. Yet the Dravanians, though they know where the fault truly lies, fell upon them with such fury.
Men die, and their children forget. But we are everlasting. To us, then is as now. Thou canst not comprehend the violation, the outrage, the fury.
I will make this right. I am neither a saint nor a savior, just another sinner. Yet I will not forsake this cause. I cannot. I will see this cycle broken and peace restored. We can do naught else, for we are now as one.
Okay, are we just letting her walk off? I mean, to be fair, the religious zealots of Ishgard will kill heretics on sight. But she's of the right of it. Yeah, we just let her fucking walk off. Weird pacing moment. Mr. Smelchior, praise Helona, you are alive. Ugh. We came as swiftly as we could, but I see we were too late. I found a girl, and she was down there, and then she talked to my pet dragon. It was cool. Thank you. Goodbye. So they were looking in the cellar of the farmhouse. 'Tis a pity Lady Iceheart escaped. Escaped! Literally, she just turned and fucking walked out of the room, and we just kind of watched her go, and then we left. It wasn't so much escape as like, okay, bye. But we must not let that distract from your accomplishment. We have them on the run. You have dealt our foe a telling blow this eve, my friend, and I shall see that your efforts are recognized. Establishing an outpost in so remote a location could not have been easy. Tenacious devils. Yep. All right, we're done with our warm-up quests. All right. The knights have matters here in hand. Let's go home. All right. Nothing suspicious, really. Just that. Just, there was a lady, and she talked to my pet dragon, and then she said that she used to live here, but there was an avalanche, and she was all alone. There was a lot of story. So, speak to Redwald. Speak and teleport. All right. I'm excited to get the main story started here. This main story is a little bit of a slog if you don't know what's going on. Like I didn't. When I first did this, I was very much on cruise control. I was like, look, I just fought the Empire. I'm the Primal Slayer. I don't give two shits about these people and their dragon problems. But all of the dragon problems are really important, and the story is so good, and Hraesvelgr is such an important character, and Nidhogg is such a cool character, and Estinian's a cool character, and Ysael's a cool character. So I'm excited to explore this again and really sink my teeth into the story, because Ysael's cool. All right, I'm glad to see you both good. I chased a heretic, and then I slaughtered everyone. You mean to say you hunted the heretics down on your own and slew them before the reinforcements could arrive? By the Fury. I mean, that is basically the joke I made, but sure. I believe we have made great strides towards purging these lands of heretics, and I mean to say as much when I delivered my report to the Father in the Holy See. As will I, Lord Arterial. Artoriel. May it serve to remind our superiors what houses Durandare and Fortom could achieve through continued cooperation. Indeed, I trust you and your knights are content to handle the rest. We most certainly are, my lord. During your short time with us, you and Mistress Melchior have accomplished far more than I thought possible. I cannot in good conscience impose it upon you any we have no more fetch quests to do. There are no more antelope arseholes that we need you to go collect. So no, you're fine. You can go back to Ishgard. As you wish, Sir Redwald. We thank you for your hospitality. All right, back to Ishgard. So now that we did the starting quests, we should be doing the dungeon, the level 51 dungeon, and then we gotta start our journey. I can't remember what comes between this and the journey with Estinian, so we need to meet Estinian again. We haven't seen him since Harshavant back in Central Highlands, which has been a while. Not too long, but just like 10 quests or so. Yep. Please let us into the manor. Let me in. So we went to the Sea of Clouds, we saw Bismarck, we went to Kurthus Western Highlands, we saw Ysael, and we fought some heretics. That's basically all we've done here. Mr. Melchior, I would speak plain. From the first, I question your motives and your competence unjustly, I now realize. Rumors have a way of growing more fantastic as they spread. And quite frankly, those surrounding you beggar belief. But Harshavant swore that all the stories were true. He championed your cause and begged Father to grant you patronage. Now again, from a storytelling perspective, sorry for waxing creative here, but I can't help it. This is just how my mind works. I apologize. This is a good storytelling shortcut. When you have an important NPC in your story that validates something in the world, you are now telling the audience something about the greater world, right? So what he's telling us, what this whole plotline really was about, is that he is a stuffy member of the Ishgard aristocracy. Yes, he's the son of the Count, and yes, he's the brother of Harshavant. Harshavant talks us up all the time. We are a fabled hero. But he didn't believe any of it. He's just like, yeah, that's just some Eorzean person who there's a bunch of urban legends around, right? But no, now we go on this quest line and he sees it for the truth, that we are the real deal. But the rest of Ishgard didn't go through that experience with us. They still are skeptical of who we are. And so now we have this greater understanding of how the rest of the world, especially Ishgard, views our character. And this is all accomplished through a storyline that is centric on him. We don't have to go and talk to all those people to get that impression. Again, it's just a shortcut, storytelling shortcut. So anyways, I appreciate this stuff. This is actually good storytelling. And he duly listened because for all of his wisdom, he has never been able to say no to my dear half-brother, the legacy of my father's sole indiscretion. I also like this. We're exposing that Harshfont is a half-brother, but still family. Mother hated him, of course. Even on her deathbed, she refused to acknowledge him, and to be honest, she was not alone in her feelings. But that's not the worst of it. At Camp Riversmeet, when we came upon the wounded knight, I knew immediately that one of us would have to pursue the heretics alone. An onerous task, fraught with danger. And there you were, the savior of Eorzea, an honored guest of House Fortin, my new comrade in arms. Harshafont's dear friend. I told myself it was to be a test, but part of me hoped that you would fail. Yet you accepted the task without a word of protest, nor any sign of fear, and you duly tracked the enemy down, faced him alone, and lived to tell the tale. Plainly, Harshfont had the right of it all along. That I doubted your strength bespeaks mine own weakness. But I will not doubt you again, Mistress Melchior. On that you have my word. Korak says, if you had to change one thing about Final Fantasy XIV come Dawntrail, what would you change? For me, bicolor gemstones. In ARR Stormblood, there's legitimately, yes. Dude, I love bicolor. So for those, because there are like 7 people watching. So if you're watching and you are somebody who has not gotten to the later expansions, bicolor gemstones are a currency that drop from Fates and Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And ostensibly, one is to assume that they will be included in every expansion moving forward. They're very popular. They're a big hit. So when you do a Fate, you just get a currency. And that currency is used for unlocking things. Every zone has a vendor based off of the number of gemstones earned and fates completed in that particular zone. So in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, going out into the world and just doing the fates has this kind of meta achievement to it where you can unlock really rare, crafting ingredients. You can unlock minions, mounts. There's not a lot. Every zone has 1 or 2 like key items to unlock, but it's a really cool thing to do. Like while you're in queue, if you've got a 15-minute queue, we'll go do a couple of fates, and just over the length of the expansion, you're going to get these bicolored gemstones. So Korak, who's in the YouTube chat, said if he could change one thing is he would ask them to retrofit that system into the previous expansions, which I completely agree with, especially ARR, where doing fates is an important part of the grind for your relic weapon. It would be awesome to do that grind, but also have the extra benefit of getting these bicolor gemstones and being able to spend them on stuff. I think that would be excellent. I think that that's a great idea. Yeah, there's legitimately no incentive to do fate. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I agree. Now, as for what I would say, and not bicolor gemstones, even though I am a huge fan of them, if I could change one thing going into Dawntrail, okay, this would be pie in the sky, and I don't know how they would do it, but I'm not a fan of the raiding scene not being correlated to the guild, the free company scene. So right now, if you are playing Final Fantasy XIV and you're doing the highest level content, which is they're called Savage raids. It's the highest difficulty of regular raids. And then there's optional high level content called Unreal and Ultimate. So between Savage, Unreal, and Ultimate, you have this community of players who are playing at the very highest level. It's the highest difficulty in the game. In every other MMO, you join a guild that is in alignment with what you want to do in the game, right? So if you are a raider, if you're somebody who enjoys doing that ultra difficult content, you would join a raiding guild. Final Fantasy XIV used to be that way, but at some point, I feel like it was some point in about Stormblood to Shadowbringer, so maybe 6 or 7 years ago. We slowly stopped really doing that. And the reason why is because Final Fantasy XIV, the free companies, they have housing and they're very social. And we saw the rise, everybody knows this, right? You get ads to go to a free company house that is a nightclub, and you can go and hang out with people and dance and listen to music and do all this stuff. And I don't want to change that at all. However, if you want to be a raider, now what you do is you join a static, which is just another word for a static. It's a static group of people. Basically, it's a consistent group that you are using to do content week after week, right? But you use a lot of other systems. Very rarely, I'm not saying it never happens, but very rarely do you join a free company to raid or to do the Savage content, the Unreal content. Now you have your free company, which is for social stuff, and then your static, it's basically like a loose grouping. It's a bunch of people in Discord. You know, you have a Discord channel that you all use. Or you'll use link shells, which is another communication device within the game that is kind of a loose community. So if I could change one thing, it's that I would like for them to incentivize free companies to raid together. So if you don't want to be a raiding free company, I think that's fine. You should be allowed to have a social free company. But if you like raiding, I would like there to be some sort of incentive, like achievements related to the free company, unlocks that are related. Like if you are comprised all of the same free company and you complete an ultimate, give you a special housing ornament that only you get, so you can put it in your, I would like them to incentivize it, not require it, but incentivize it. That would be the big thing that I change. Korok says, Final Fantasy XIV has an issue where they always add great quality of life or fun mechanics in later expansions, but never go back to the older expansions doing it. It always hurts me when I see a new player complaining about a mechanic or a feature in the game, and all I can say is wait until you get an expansion. Yeah, that is true. I always tell people, anybody who's stuck and hasn't finished Heavensward, so they haven't been able to do Wondrous Tales. Like Wondrous Tales alone should be a thing that should be available from ARR. Wondrous Tales gets you to do a lot of niche content and gives you benefits and rewards for doing so. The fact that you have to finish Heavensward before getting Wondrous Tales is a giant shame. Skill says, yeah, luckily I had Corey to tell me stuff was coming because it's crazy how much gets unlocked later. Yes. Yeah, a lot gets unlocked later. Especially, Wondrous Tales in particular. There's some really cool stuff from Wondrous Tales. And yeah. Yeah, anyways. All right. Mr. Smelchior, my lord the Count, much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lard. Oh my God. Guys, I've only drank 2 old fashions and I can't talk. But it's my birthday. We're celebrating. Cheers if you're here. I appreciate you. Okay, with Lord Artorel and Lord Emanuele, if you would remain here for a moment. Please be voice acted so I can just sip and enjoy. Please. Please.
The hero returns. I cannot thank you enough for saving young Emanuele's life. Aye, he told me everything.
Emanuele. That's how it's pronounced. Emanuele. Okay, he said the word.
I've also received letters from both House Samael and Durandare praising your conduct, and that of House Forton. You've won us much honor, my friend.
My lord.
What is it? Speak.
Pray forgive the intrusion, my lord, but I bring grave tidings. Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru have been detained on suspicion of fomenting heresy.
Now, Alphino, definitely not. But Tataru, I wouldn't put it past her. That little demon definitely screams fomenting heresy. Like that, yes, 100%.
What? Explain.
They were observed entering a tavern in the lower levels on some half-dozen occasions. There, it is claimed, they made a number of inquiries. Inquiries which brought them into contact with certain, elements. 'Twas this which prompted a Knight of the Heavensward to demand that they be questioned. Sir Grinno, my lord.
That they be questioned. Like he like hung on every syllable of that. This random fucking performance for the steward is great.
Sir Grinno is a brute. An exceedingly accomplished brute, but a brute nonetheless. Alas, he is also a son of House Zamayo. How quickly we forget the petty nature of men. I'd wager your friends are no more than pawns in another of my countrymen's games. Such is the way of things between the high houses.
Though you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will never be swayed. You see, it's almost like that quest that I was just talking about, how it was really important that it was reminding the player as the audience how people don't trust us, and they view us as just foreigners and outsiders that are meddling. It's almost like it's weird that now that leads into this quest. Weird. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes even as we celebrate them. 'Tis like that one such member of House Zamael is manipulating Sir Grinno, for he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. He may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I am quite certain his masters know better. Yet the truth will avail us not, if we cannot prove their innocence. You would do well to speak with Sir Aymeric at the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. He will know more of these charges. I should not have picked Heavensward and a night where I am drinking as the expansion where I'm going to have to read a whole bunch because it is a struggle. Okay. We get to speak with Aymeric. I like between Aymeric and Hoshafant, like there are two elf bros living in Ishgard, and they are just ride or die, and I love both of them. Thank you, Skittle. It has been too long, Myth. Would that this visit came under happier circumstances. You are come to plead for Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru, I take it. Word of their... Oh, I love Hoshafant. Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I know not which is more ludicrous, these charges or that flying feathered whale. That Sir Grinno's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult. However, as he is a Knight of the Heavensward, I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop, the 12 finest knights in all of Ishgard, sworn to serve his eminence alone. Suffice it to say, their testimony is unimpeachable, and I have not the authority to challenge their actions. After all the signs have done, rooting the heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us to defend the steps of faith and drive back the Javanian horde, after proving themselves true allies on countless occasions, is there naught we can do? I fear there is but one path left to us. We must demand a trial by combat. But of course. I love that the fucking music, it's like, fuck yeah, trial by combat. Like, wait, hopefully it's Tataru not having to fight off people, because, I mean, she'll stab a bitch, but like, she's not combat oriented. In a trial by combat sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true, regardless of the petitioner's standing. Under Ishgardian law, a trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused. In this instance, Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru would be expected to face Sir Grinno and the second of his choosing, another Knight of the Heavensward most likely. Two of them? Oh, by the Fury. That can hardly be considered fair. Master Alphino's magical talent will not have gone unnoticed, being that he will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Tataru, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill. I like that Amric is just like, only met her 3 times, but it's like, she is clearly just not a fighter. Like, she's clearly. By the way, this song, again, using the Heavensward motif. It's the same motif used over and over. She's quite obviously bereft of martial skill and should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead. Lest you doubt, I am ready and willing to serve in this capacity, as I am sure is Lord Harshavon. But all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior among us, and mayhap in the realm at large. Yeah, I know, I am the massacrer of bad guys. I get it. I kill bitches, like, I got it. Then it is settled. I will visit Master Alphino at once and inform him of our intentions. Myth, meet me at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then, my friend. All right. Do we want to do this? I mean, I don't want to do this as Astrologian, so I guess we'll do it as Dark Knight. I totally forgot this whole plot line, by the way. Listen carefully, Myth. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges, and the accused invited to respond. Then, in accordance with the law, they will be asked to restate their request for a trial by combat. Once the High Adjudicator acknowledges Mistress Tataru's right to name a champion, that is when you must make your entrance. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Grino's face when he sees his true opponent. It will be priceless. I love you, Harshavon. I forgot this whole plot line. And I like that he's reveling in how his best friend from down south is gonna show up and show all these guys, like, show them who's what. He's so ride or die. More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands, and I shall cheer so loud, you will wonder how you could ever have contrived to doubt yourself. Now, are you ready? Yes? We all need a Harshavon in our pocket, cheering us on.
We are gathered here today under the watchful gaze of the Fury to ascertain the guilt of 2 souls in a trial by combat. Petitioners, step forward. Sir Grino, for the benefit of all here present, I would ask you to repeat the charges which you have leveled against this man and this woman.
I, Sir Grino de Zemile, brother of the Heavensward, did bear witness to these 2 foreigners consorting with heretics.
Let the accused step forward. Alphino Leveilleur, Tataru, you have heard the charges leveled against you. Will you take up arms to refute Sir Grino's claim and thereby prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men?
I, Alphino Leveilleur, am innocent of this charge and claim my right to trial by combat.
I, Tataru, am innocent of this charge. But I am no warrior and cannot fight. So, I claim the right to name a champion.
To the old and the infirm, the young and the weak, this right we allow. Very well. Who will stand for this woman?
Just as I was beginning to doubt the efficacy of the Ishgardian justice system. Come, my friend. Let us put an end to this mummer's farce.
Me and Alphino. Our first time ever fighting side by side. It will not be the last.
O Halone, render unto us your judgment. Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked.
This is also good, and I don't remember any of it from 10 years ago. This is good drama.
You now.
I guess I should probably break the chain. That's what it expects me to do. I forgot. I didn't even notice the chain. You're good, Alfie. I got you. I got you, buddy. We gotcha.
This isn't funny.
We didn't see it, but Totaro in the background was screaming, Alphino's in trouble, help Alphino. So cute. A lot of attention to detail put in these cutscenes. We won. The Fury has spoken. Alphino Levier, Tataru Taru. You are hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive of her wisdom and see justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners, accused, go forth in peace. Delivered from an untimely demise yet again. My thanks, as always. I do love Alfie. Alphino is special to me, but I do much prefer Alize. I did not mean for that to sound sexual. I meant for it to sound like I'm exhausted because we don't really get a lot of content with her until Stormblood, unfortunately, which is a mess, but by the Fury, what a splendid victory. To see how you strove in the face of adversity, two brave young souls bound together by the puissant bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred me to the very depths of my soul. Having been treated to such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present to you with a humble token of mine admiration. Pray receive me of this chocobo whistle. I think this is for our black chocobo. I think you must summon a black chocobo, fully trained and ready to fly. Because originally you couldn't fly in the original old zones, so this was the first time that you were given the opportunity to fly. Magnificent, is she not? Strong yet sleek, elegant yet eager. What say you, Myth? Will you take her for your steed? I mean, she's cute, but she's no Fabula. Lord Harshavon, chocobos are prohibited in the supreme sacred tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory doctrine. Your steed must remain outside. I like that I didn't even bat an eye, that we're standing in a courthouse essentially. And he's like, yeah, I brought my horse in here. Do you want it? You can have my horse. And like the guy's like, sir, you can't bring your fucking horse in a courthouse. It's so good. It's so good. He's a good boy, though. He's a good boy. Let's get out of here. Okay. I love it. Okay, now we've got our ether compass. We can start unlocking flying in these zones. So the question becomes, do I unlock flying as I go? Because it requires doing some quests, doing a lot of exploration of the zones. And it is not required for any of the quests, I don't think. I think all of the main story quests, because even the last ether current is usually the last main story quest in the zone. I think we hold off. I think we just do regular, and I will come back after we have completed the story, and I'll get all the ether currents. So I think that's the goal. Yep. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I want to get collection. Yep. All right, we want to put it on our map though, so that way we can use it. All right. That last drink is hitting me really hard, just letting you know. Okay. It didn't help that joke was really funny though. So, okay. Black chocobos are all well and good, but the truth reward you for your efforts is the exoneration of your comrades. They shall be released upon the completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see to personally. In the meantime, pray return to the Fortom Manor. The Count has done so already and will doubtless be eager to discuss the day's events. Oh yeah, because he was there. The Count was there. All right. What do you actually say? Rest assured that Master Alphino and Mistress Taro are no longer in danger. They will join you at the manor and on. Okay. Don't you laugh at me. Be nice. All right. Ishgard is weirdly designed. I should have teleported. Because I don't... Yeah. Getting here looks really close, but it is not close at all. I would have to like go up and around. I'm just going to teleport. I'm going to teleport to the last vigil. We are almost level 53, which means we're going to have to switch to Astrologian. I think I'm going to do the dungeons as Astrologian. Although it's probably not a good idea to be drunk healing. Drunk healing sounds like a bad idea, but we'll figure it out as we go. I guess better than drunk thinking, which is more akin to drunk driving, because you're kind of driving the dungeon. Anyways. Lone smiles upon us yet again, Mistress Melchior, guiding you to victory and setting your comrades free. I confess, I did fear for your safety, which is not to say I doubted your prowess, you understand. I merely knew the strength of your opponents. You do have a habit of exceeding my expectations. He fucking... Okay, I never picked up on this, but I think he wants some. Like, I think he's like canonically shipping himself with whoever the Warrior of Light is. And I'm all about it. Besting 2 of the Heavensward while the city's elite looked on. By the fury, anyone who hasn't been paying attention to you will surely do so from now on. Yeah. I love the little animations they always give the people in the background. My lord. You've just received a message from the vault. His Eminence the Archbishop requests the presence of Mistress Melchior. An invitation from the Archbishop? What an honor. A personal summons is indeed a great honor, and given recent events, you would be wise not to delay. Go, Mistress Melchior. We shall speak anon. A priest will be waiting for you outside the vault. Identify yourself to him and he will escort you inside. I do not remember this at all. It's fucking interesting though. We are honored to receive you, Mr. Smelchior. All right. This feels like we're going to get voice acting. I'm interested in what themes are introduced here because...
Your Eminence, it is my honor to present to you the Warrior of Light.
Because Heavensward basically is religion bad. Dogmatic actions bad. Xenophobia bad. Those are the themes. And I do remember where all this goes, but I don't remember this individual conversation. So I'm interested in seeing what this is. He's the Pope.
I have heard the tales of your many grand endeavors. The Lord Commander has also been most effusive in his praise.
Thank you, Aymeric.
I am Thorin VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, and I bade you come here that I might offer my personal apologies. You will forgive me for not calling upon you as courtesy would dictate, but as you can see, my more sprightly days are long behind me. But I digress. Your companions were wrongly accused of heresy and subjected to gross indignities. This, I am sorry to say, was the result of negligence on the part of our nation's protectors. Negligence born of an excess of zeal. Is that not so, Sir Zephyrin?
Yes, Your Eminence. Regrettably, it would appear that we of the Heavensward were in receipt of erroneous information. Sir Grinno has ever been headstrong. He pressed charges before the truth had been ascertained, for which I most sincerely apologize.
An unfortunate misunderstanding born of an earnest desire to serve Ishgard, but one which should never have occurred. For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the Horde from the steps of faith? Not I. That much is certain.
Okay, you guys probably don't care. But this is really, really purposeful writing. So, the shape of a story is important. Especially when it's a story where you're, where it's important that the audience is experiencing certain things at certain times. So when we get introduced here, we are outsiders. We go through this quest line where we are validating ourselves to the young lords of the Four Toms. We get a dialogue with Artorial where he tells us to our face, and any time something is said explicitly, you should always assume that that is the writer talking directly to you as an audience, right? Sometimes things are implied. That usually means that it's up to your interpretation. But anytime something is said explicitly, that is a very nothing is ever said without purpose. So he explicitly says, look, me, and by extension, everybody in Ishgard doesn't really think that you are what everybody says you are, right? We all kind of thought that you were just kind of an overblown, larger than life, but not really all those things that everybody said was true, right? But he saw the truth for the words. Then we immediately lead into a quest line where our two friends, members of our coterie, right? essentially scions, as a part of us, an extension of us, are said, hey, you guys are talking with heretics. Now, if everybody in Ishgard believed us to be who we are, then there would have never been any doubt. But there was doubt. There was enough doubt that it was brought to a trial where they were going to be to the death, and we had to defend them in honor. And granted, yes, that turns into a cute scene and a really cool scene where we get to step in and fight for their honor, and it gives us the opportunity to get a combat in, right? Then immediately, this is not after a protracted amount of time, immediately we are taken to a quest where we are speaking to the Pope, to the president of Ishgard, right? They are a thalassocracy. Basically, the religion also is the government body, right? So he is both president and king and pope and leader of the church and all of those things combined. What is the first thing he says to us? He says, I'm sorry that nobody else saw it. I did. For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the horde from the steps of faith? Not I, that much is certain. It's really important at this point in the story that this character is saying that he does see us for who we were. He thinks it's crazy that this happened and it just all happened under, he wasn't aware that it was happening. But he does see it. It is important that the order of events are what they were. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is very, very good story writing. And this is the kind of story writing that is so hard to do correctly if you're writing your own story. It's really hard to be able to take a step back and say, I'm going to drip feed to my audience exactly what they need to know at every step of the way for the right things to be like conveyed about the state of the world and the state of how the other characters perceive the main characters. And this becomes important later on in Heavensward. So I just wanted to take a second. Like, I'm sorry if I'm rambling and interrupting a story. We probably could have been much further in the main quest if I wasn't sitting here doing drunk ramblings. But like, it's so important to acknowledge good writing when you see it, because there is so much bad writing out there. There is so much ham-fisted writing out there. And this is quietly very good. Anyways.
That will be all, Sir Zephyrin. I would speak with our guest in private.
It's manipulative storytelling in the right way. All storytelling that is good manipulates the audience into thinking certain things. And that's what this is.
As you wish, Your Eminence. That will be all for today.
Privacy is a luxury rarely afforded one in my position. Now tell me, young lady, what do you know of the Ascians?
This is the first time the Ascians have been brought up since we've gotten here. For all we know, they have no idea who the Ascians are.
Much and more, I shouldn't wonder. Being the bringer of light. You should know that I myself have met with them, have entertained them as guests, even. Those harbingers of chaos and strife offered us power that we might continue our war against the dragons. I have no intention of aiding their cause, of course, nor less of being their puppet. Yet, were I to refuse them outright, I should learn naught of their true objectives and remain powerless to stop them. Thus have I hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, biding my time and preparing for the inevitable conflict.
Because nothing bad has ever happened to people who try to outsmart and trying to think of the right word. Like the Asians are on a completely different level. They know things that nobody else knows. And they are always one step ahead, right? They are always planning. They keep losing to us because we're the Warrior of Light and we kill things. That's what we do, including Asians. But there's no hubris. And, well, of course, we'll listen to them and we'll feign that we're being friends with them, but really it's just so we can ascertain their true intentions. Yeah, this is hubris, is what this is.
And why do I tell you this? Because there is naught in this world they fear more than the power of the Warrior of Light. If we are to rid ourselves of these vile interlopers, we must needs work together. With our combined strength, I have faith that we can wrest Eorzea from their grasp and pave the way for a lasting peace. Think on it.
All right. Again, having not experienced this for 10 years, I did not remember that quest line. Holy shit, we have 50 silver pieces from all these quests we've been doing. Holy shit, we're about to make some money. Yeah, so that was pretty good. I mean, I know we're saying the stage, and that hubris is important. It is important that we know that the Pope, the Archbishop, is he believes he is right, and he truly believes that. He believes that means justify the ends. He is willing to sup with the enemy if it gives him the knowledge that will allow him to defeat his enemy. And that is an important character to have in a epic story, is the character who believes the ends justify the means. You always need to have, well, not always, but it's a common enemy. I nearly cried when you stepped forward at the tribunal myth. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Tataru, you little, oh, hold on, come here. You are an NPC, but you still deserve the head pats. Hold on, we can do this. We can do this. Oh. Okay. Alfie, talk to us.
There you are. I confess, I was more than a little concerned when I learned that you had been summoned to the vault. What did they want with you? Well, well. A formal apology and an admonishment of those responsible. I see my fears were wholly misplaced. By the gods! The Archbishop freely admits to consorting with Asians. So, their ambitions extend to Ishgard as well. We will have new primals to contend with ere long, of that you may be certain. 'Tis but a matter of time. Yet shorn of the support of our missing allies, what can we realistically hope to achieve?
In the midst of all the excitement, I completely forgot to tell you. When I was asking around about the Scions, I heard the most awful rumor. General Rauburn is to be executed for crimes against the Sultanate.
If the Flame General dies, we will lose a staunch ally, and the one man capable of holding the Sultana's assassins to account. Lord Orchiffon was wise to counsel restraint, but this business will brook no delay. We cannot permit this execution to take place. We must save Rauburn.
I do not remember this quest line being at level 51. at all. It's been a minute. Though the situation calls for urgency, it would avail us little to charge headlong into Ul'dah without a plan. Before we can formulate a plan, however, we must first learn how things stand in the Sultanate, which is why I propose we visit Limsa. You heard me right. While you were about your altruistic endeavors, I acted as an intermediary in trade negotiations between House Fortom and a Lamentin consortium. During said negotiations, an opportunity to send word to the Admiral presented itself, and I duly seized it. I am happy to report that we have yet a stout ally in Limsa. The Admiral has pledged her full cooperation in any effort to rescue Raubam. Accordingly, I have agreed to meet with her, that we might discuss how best to proceed. Naturally, I told her to expect us both. Your presence never fails to re-embolden our allies, after all. When you arrive in Limsa, make yourself known to Sergeant Xanthiel at the Bulwark Hall. Yep. Talk to the people. All right. We haven't even done the first dungeon of Heavensward, guys. And we seem no closer to it. But that's to be expected. There is about 9.5 hours worth of just cutscene content in Heavensward, so that would stand to reason. Speak with Sergeant Xanthiel. Yep. Let's go talk to the Admiral. I love her to death.
Friends, 'tis good to see you safe and well. I will admit I had not counted on you seeking, let alone finding refuge within the Holy See, but full glad was I to learn that you had.
Thankfully, we had allies there who took us under their wing. And theirs was not the only aid we receive, I suspect. When we fled Ul'dah, we fully expected to become wanted men, known to all and hounded at every turn. Yet that did not come to pass. On the contrary, 'twould seem the charges against us have not been made public. Might we have you to thank for that, Admiral?
Sharp as ever, Master Elfino. On Marshal Terrapin's urging, the Elder Seedseer and I demanded that the Syndicate suppress news of the Scion's alleged crimes until such time as irrefutable evidence could be found. Our argument was simple. Lacking proof, to accuse the saviors of the realm of so unlikely a crime would have the people up in arms. In their wisdom, the Syndicate agreed, as you yourself have seen. There is something you should know. Some few days prior to the banquet, the Elder Seedseer and I were summoned for a private audience with the Sultana. There, she revealed her intent to announce her abdication, that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Ul'dah Republic.
What? But such an announcement would have plunged the entire nation into chaos.
She was well aware of that. 'Twas for fear of what might ensue that she summoned us. Her Grace wanted the Elder Seedseer and I to lend Raubam a helping hand, you see? To aid him in preserving the peace during the transition.
Well, he definitely needs that helping hand now that he only has one.
So, having somehow caught wind of her plan, Lolorito and Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo. But they must have known that her death would sow as much chaos as her abdication. Chaos from which Teleji alone might feasibly stand to profit. Surely Lolorito would never knowingly... Ah... Could it be? I dare not hope.
The Ul'dah authorities have yet to announce the Sultana's passing. To allay any suspicion that may arise from Her Grace's absence, they have issued a statement to the effect that she is presently convalescing from illness.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news, or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Something else has been bothering me, Admiral. I was dismayed to learn that General Raoban is to be executed. Yet upon hearing the news, I could not help but wonder why he had been kept alive for so long. Pray mistake not my meaning. I am, of course, overjoyed that our friend still draws breath, and that he might yet be saved. But if his enemies truly wished to eliminate him, they could have done so immediately. I see no reason for this delay.
Aye, you've struck upon an important point, Master Alphino. Following his capture, Raoban had been held in the Marasaja pit within Uldar. In recent days, however, he has reportedly been moved to an unknown location. Queerly, 'twas not the brass blades who spirited him away either, but a band of soldiers decked in blue.
The Crystal Braves.
Aye. If I read the winds aright, the arrangement between Lord Lolorito and the Braves has come under strain. At any rate, if we're to rescue Raoban, we'll have to find him first. And you'll be glad to hear that I have already entrusted the task to those best able to see it done. Our friends of Doma.
This is so good. This is important to happen at this level, and I just don't remember it happening at this level because upon your first playthrough, you end up doing a bunch of side quests and like meandering it a lot. But because we're focused on the main story, this pacing is actually really good to happen right here. I cannot send troops to Uldar. It would spell the end of the Alliance and war, like as not. If there's to be a rescue, it falls to you and yours to attempt it. I would not have it any other way, Admiral. It was I who founded the Crystal Braves, and I who must take responsibility for their actions. Spoken like a true leader, Master Alphino. By way of a first step, you should seek out our Doman contact. You will find her among the frontier hands at Revenant's Toll, working in the kitchen. All right. We're going to Revenant's Toll. We're going to Zoomy, do this main story quest. I do want to do that first dungeon, so I'm aiming at least at getting that far tonight. Shouldn't be too long though, because we're at the level 51 main story quest, so. Igiri! Mr. Smith, I knew in my heart that you were safe, but to see you again in the flesh, words cannot well express my relief. Even as the victory feast was taking place, the Crystal Braves turned upon us and took the Rising Stones by force. Amid the chaos, some few of my compatriots and I were able to slip away unnoticed. Since then, we have remained in Revenant's Toll, keeping watch over the mutineers while waiting your return. You have done well by us, and we Domans do not soon forget our debts. We swear to do all in our power to. It's so cool, and I love this storyline. Again, this is one of those examples of a neat storyline that in A Realm Reborn's post-series quest, they have this whole concept of the Domans, and Yugiri, they are refugees from the East that are here, and they help us so much by being spies and ninjas for us, basically. And in Stormblood, we finally get to go to Doma, and like, that's a major part of the story in Stormblood, and that's like, these are just little things that are sprinkled in right now. Heavensward has nothing to do with Doma, but by having these elements here sprinkled in, like, it makes it so much more impactful in Stormblood when we get to finally start paying off these quest lines as well. So they could very easily just say, we're not going to talk about this until we get to that storyline, but they don't. That's kind of, I guess, the point I'm making here, is that it is smart storytelling to sprinkle this in and make it feel like it's a world lived in, and that these, you know, these arcs are epic and they take place over a long period of time, and that you've been a part of it every step of the way, instead of just, a lot of games will have a situation where you just get to the next area and then somebody at that area tells you why it's important that you're there, and then you get to the next area and somebody tells you why it's important you're there. And it's where this is like, no, everything kind of makes sense. Everywhere you're going makes sense. It's well done. We are level 53, Dark. Shortly before you arrived, I received word from Limsa Limensa that you were searching for General Raban. As the Admiral will have informed you, he was recently moved from his cell in the Marasaja pit. At the same juncture, Yu Hase and the 3rd unit were observed leaving the Rising Stones. Yu Hase is one of the members of the Crystal Braves who betrayed us. This can be no simple coincidence. Their purpose, we believe, is to escort the Flame General to the scene of his execution. Suffice it to say, we have people shadowing the 3rd. If you would join the hunt, pray seek out the Dware at Highbridge, where I too am bound. Okay. I was thinking bound like strung up, but she meant bound like I am headed that way. I have been expecting you. Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. Yu Hase and his men are bound for Halatali. We believe that this is where they intend to carry out the execution. Hozan is presently keeping a watch over the entrance. Let us make haste to join him. Alright. Sending us all over. Let me switch to Astrologian so we can get experience on this. We are leveling them at the same speed, so whenever we get a level in Dark Knight, we'll switch to Astrologian, vice versa. You come at a good time, my friends, but moments ago, the traitor Ilberd arrived and entered Halatali. Ilberd. From this, we may be certain that General Raban is being held within. There's no time to lose. General Alden may be executed at any moment. You must enter Halatali and free him from his captors. Please see to your preparations and tell me when you're ready to proceed. One of our own will accompany you inside. Oh. Do I want to do this as an Astrologian? Probably not. So just for this quest, they have Crystal Braves out front, which is cool. Just a little thing. Sure, we'll do it as Astrologian. We need the experience. So cinematic. Yugiri!
Pray, forgive me my lateness.
Lady Yugiri!
Master Alphino, I am pleased to see that the light of resolve shines in your eyes once more.
Ah, yes. How pathetic I must have seemed to you when we last met. I am ashamed to recall it. For a time I was well and truly lost. But with the aid of my comrades, I have since refound my purpose, and I shall take care not to misplace it again.
Since your escape from Ulda, my fellow shinobi and I have shadowed the Crystal Braves every step, in hopes of learning the Scion's whereabouts. Regrettably, our investigation has yet to yield any useful information. Pray, forgive us.
You need not apologize, my lady. We are grateful for all that you have done on our behalf. Besides, Raban is no less a friend, and we cannot well abandon him to his fate.
Hozan, the 3 of us shall attend to the Flame General's rescue. Pray, draw away the guards by the entrance. Take Doware and Higiri with you.
pocket sand.
With me!
Not a soul from the Colosseum to be seen. This bodes ill. Take the lead, Myth. I shall follow close upon you. Okay, but I'm a healer. You should probably be the one leading, but okay. We have Alfie, though. Alpha will heal us. And I will heal them.
Away with you!
That's right. I'm using my one attack spell on you. Don't worry, Robon, we're coming.
Leave this to me.
There we go. Journal. A warrior's captures. I mislike the look of this. Yeah, this feels like a trap. You came. He is bound by some manner of magitech device. Yet I dare not force it open. It may well be booby-trapped. I've heard of such devices. The Crystal Braves will possess the key. Let us split up and look for it. That will not be necessary. Pray do not take it personally, my friends. You are the victims of harsh economic conditions. Happily, you will not suffer for long. This poison will convey you swiftly into the bosom of Thal, where I hope to join you after the passing of many prosperous years. Yu Hase. Oh. Yu Hase? He's a traitor. He's not as bad as... He's not as bad as Zilbert, but he's pretty bad. Yep. She's gonna watch. We gotta go get the key. Come on, Alfie. Let's go. Come on. Let me heal you. That's what I do. I'm a healer. I'm gonna check down here. I doubt that they're down here, but yeah, no. I had to check just in case. I can't believe I don't remember this whole thing. Alright. And take care of the poison mist. But we still need to find a crystal brave who holds the key. And hopefully kill Yu Yu Hase. Do what we do best as the warrior of light and the hero of everybody, which is to slaughter our enemies. I bet, actually, I can hit all three. Yeah! Okay, there's the key. So I'm imagining when we get back to Raban, Yu Yu Hase will be there. That's what my guess is. Because yeah, this gate won't open. Yep, okay. So back to Raban. Alright, we could probably jump off early here, if it'll allow me. Yeah, it did. And Alphino jumped too! Okay, good job, Alfie. Please tell me we fight Yu Yu Hase here. Mate, thanks. Ugh. Slowly, General. You are yet weak from your ordeal. Nevertheless, we must quit this place. I should have known. What a clever contrivances to the Warrior of Light. Well done, hero. I had no idea we were going to run into Ilberd here. Ilberd. You mean to struggle on, then? Very well. If you would stand in my way, I will cut you down like all the rest. Come, Scions. Let's get this over with. I don't remember this fight at all. This is insane that we're fighting Ilberd here. Oh, Laurentius. He even talks.
I'm not finished yet.
I'll tear you limb from limb. This changes nothing.
It is over, Ilberd. Lay down your arms and surrender yourself to justice.
Justice? Justice for what exactly? 'Twas not I who assassinated the Sultana, boy.
Ere we debate who is responsible for the assassination, I would ask whether an assassination took place at all.
Oh, clever little shite. If you think you fight for justice, lass, you best wake up. The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used by the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves? They none of them care a whit what you want, only what you can do for them.
Again, super important that this is following Thornton, who's basically saying, I'm using the Ascians and I want you to help me in stopping the Ascian threat, and that we're working together. Same, it's even though this is separate storyline beats, the theming, the placement of these quests to drive the themes home is so important, so good.
And how do I know this? Because I'm the same. A pawn to be used as my masters see fit. All I ever wanted was to liberate my homeland, and I ate dirt to make it happen. But what have I achieved after all these years in servitude? Nothing. Not a bloody thing. If we ourselves are not free to think and to act, how are we ever to reclaim our homeland? Know this. There is nothing I would not give to take back Alamigo. Nothing!
You'll not get away!
No, Master Alphino. Now is not the time.
Yeah, we kind of got to save Raban's life.
I'm but a cripple and a fool. And still you came for me. I'm in your debt.
We are all of us fools of fate, General. But even fools have a part to play.
We stand with you.
Rest assured, I was not planning to die till I'd avenged the Sultana. Still, your words are welcome, lass. Know this, Ilberd. There is nothing I would not give to see you pay for what you've done. My wealth, my arm, my life. Nothing.
General, are you aware that Lord Olorito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to the public?
What? No. No, I was not aware of that, nor of anything else outside my cell. 'Tis passing strange, though. I assumed the bastard would make it known at the first opportunity, and set about tearing down the Sultanate.
As did we all. And it is indeed strange that he did not. Strange, or perhaps revealing. Now, I have no conclusive proof, nor do I wish to give you false hope, but I have reason to believe that Her Grace may yet live.
What? But how can that be?
Forgive me, friends, but it is not safe here. Let us continue this conversation without.
The general is safe. What news without? My lady, the guards have been subdued, as per your command. We have since kept watch over the entrance. There has been no further activity. Then Ilberd and his minions have fled via some other egress. Scour the perimeter for signs of their passing. At once, my lady. General Alden, I presume, and the signs of the 7th dawn. We're immediately like, weapons. Who are you? Identify yourself. Pray do not be alarmed. My mistress is a friend, and I come bearing a message of goodwill. For your own safety, she bade me direct your steps to the Waking Sands. Know that Master Urianger awaits you there, along with the others sympathetic to your cause. This is no ruse, I assure you. General Alden, if you will come with me, I have prepared a carriage, that you may travel in comfort, safe from prying eyes. I've spoken with Urianger via Link Pearl. He confirms the main story. Raban is in safe hands. Let us make our own way to Vesper Bay. All right, we're gonna take our Vesper Bay Aetheryte ticket. Doing a zoomies. We're gonna zoom right there.
My dearest friends, praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the clutches of treachery.
Father!
Pippin, my son, and Master Papashan besides.
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
You.
It was I who arranged this gathering. And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of Noldthor, and member of the Syndicate.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
Young lady, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
Why ask when 'tis plain you know the answer?
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Teleji Adeleji. 'Tis my belief that Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination alone, but that Lolorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends. He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Teleji for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his two foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
She lives because Lolorito willed it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Some manner of sedative, perchance, of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
Were I to guess, I would say Her Grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Oh, Nanamo.
Oh, Rob-on.
I will never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
Though Lolorito's hands are far from clean, they did pluck Her Grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something. And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana. I had never taken sides in your feud with the monetarists, but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information and arranged this gathering. I hope you are ready to work, General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. As for the more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teleji Adeleji left behind. You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace and take your place at her side once more, for her sake and that of our nation.
See, I seem to remember all this from the end of Heavensward, not at level 51. like, when all this was happening, I remember thinking to myself, you have that end of AR, you got that amazing cutscene that propels us into Ishgard, and it felt like we had been in Ishgard for so long and did so many quests before all this was revealed. But in reality, it was like 6 quests, 7 quests, maybe. Oh, when you include the trial, maybe 10 quests, right? Again, the pacing is much better when you're not sidetracked by a million side quests and other things. I had not counted on Prioress Dulala herself appearing. In my defense, my suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more prescient. Much remains to be done, but in rescuing Raban, we have taken a vital first step towards resolving matters in Ul'dah. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. Oh, I don't want any of these. I wanted gold. Okay. So, with this, it is almost midnight. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and yeah, almost 5 hours to the dot. I have been up since 7 a.m. and I've had some drinks. So I think it is prudent for me to wrap here. A part of me wanted to go later. I definitely expected to get farther than level 51. Well, thank you for the rainbow dances and the sparkles there, Skittle. I likely will jump on tomorrow. Ideally, it'll be a long stream. Just hanging out, relaxing, doing quests. Trying to get as far as I can get. My goal is to beat Heavensward tomorrow. So 5 hours of stream, but we did a lot of talking. So let's assume that we did 3 hours of cutscenes, maybe. So there's probably a good 6 or 7 hours left. So if I can get 6 or 7 hours done tomorrow, that'd be a good day. So thank you very much, Skill. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the birthday wishes. This is delightful. It was wonderful. We got to meet some new people. Got to meet somebody on YouTube for the first time, which was an interesting experience to have the chat come from both places. And yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is awesome. I fucking love this game. So gorgeous and amazing. Thank you all again. If you are here, hope you have a wonderful evening, wonderful night, wonderful rest of your weekend. And I will see you when I next see you. Thank you all.